I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is March 12th, 2024, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in San Diego. The first item on the agenda is an update of final 2022-2023 Land Trust and TSSP reports. And we have Cindy Hansen, Director of Middle Schools, will be leading us in that discussion.
Hello, everyone. Alice sends her apologies that she couldn't be here, and she gave me the information to share. So just a reminder that last Thursday, you all should have received a PDF that had the broad overview of the TSSP and the Land Trust final reports for 22-23. We have like 3 plans going at once, right? So you should have received those. There was a link to the final reports that was in that email. And she just wants to remind you that that's a share out. And so often the goals that are set for the school year, it lets you know whether they were met or not, but that often there's kind of goals within goals. So they may be accomplished pieces of it, but they may not have accomplished the whole overarching goal. So just be mindful of that. And it also mentions about the 10%, whether they spent the money down. So just if you have questions about that, I will pay them to Alice. Otherwise, she just wanted to remind you that the plans are due April 9th for the schools. So she said that she will have them on the board agenda that day. As soon as the plans are submitted, you can review them, and then they all have to be turned into the state by May 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Things I need
Are there
to.
any questions? Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I just have a little comment, and I just have to share when I saw this. And it's great information. This is the first time we've had it laid out where given the specific goals and how many were met and how many were not in this format. And when I was looking at it, I felt like I remembered that Mont had asked for this kind of information several years running. True. And so anyway, I just had the thought that it's kind of a gift from him, because I feel like it's a tool that the schools can also use, and hopefully as they review it in this format, they might have some takeaways that will help them in future planning.
Mont, he'd have a joke about having to die to get it or something.
Yeah. He would.
Okay, anything else, board? Thanks. Thank you, Cindy. We really appreciate that. We'll go on now to item B, which is 2024 legislative final report. Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Relations.
Susan was planning to be here. She did get into town, but she's due infection, so she's not. Obviously wish she was here. She's such an integral part of what we do, and has a lot of the information you guys are going to ask about. So I'll try to substitute. So this is our just the old view, which you know, they completed this renovation, I believe, in 2008, and did that all that landscape there. This is what it looked like during the legislative session this year.
Yes, it did.
So the next time they're giving us a hard time about building nice schools, we can point out all the work they've done at the Capitol, all of which is much more extensive and expensive than is provided for school children in the state of Utah. I will just add parenthetically here that next year, this is over the underground parking, which is taken up by the legislature and staff. Next year, they won't be able to access that. And so the legislature and the staff will be parking out on the roads and the streets. And so those of you who have a hard time parking
Already gonna get worse
this year, you can imagine how much worse that's going to be next year. And so it is going to be bad there. Side. So I don't know what be done, but it's going to be a mess up there next year. Total, there were over 1,400 bill requests this year. I think the number was 1,410. 940 of those bills were numbered. That is the highest number I can remember seeing. 219 of those bills had some impact, large or small, on Canyon School District. 121 of those education-related bills passed. The legislature passed a total of 591 bills, which is a record. And if you take Saturdays and Sundays and subtract them from the 45 days that they're in session but don't work, that leaves you 38 days. And if you divide 591 by 38, that's over 15 bills a day on average that's passed by our legislature. When you consider that each bill has to pass through each body at least once, and often twice through one body, you can see that they're moving very quickly. They're passing a lot of laws. The question was asked before the meeting. I don't know the answer to it. How much of that is new? These bills are new ideas, and how much of them are fixing old ideas? Consider how fast they're moving and how many bills they pass. A lot of these bills are what euphemistically called cleanup bills. That's the history, as you guys can see, that we put this page up every year so that you can see, but there's never been a year except between 2011, 2012 with the number of education bills went down. And, you know, the quality of those, we used to complain about those bills in 2009. I wish we could go back to some of those bills in 2009, considering what we dealt with this session. We'll start with the funding. I think everybody is aware of the WPU money, giving the legislature's other priorities in education, and their number one priority, which is funding private schools. We were very fortunate that they got some more money in the final revenue projections. I was really starting to get nervous before those final revenue projections that we wouldn't get the 5%, but we did, and I think none of this is new information. Were able to manage to find enough money to double the amount of money in their voucher program. So private schools did very well again. And they did manage $167 million income tax cut. I don't know how many, I think we've discussed this before, in case we haven't. The governor said in a press conference before the legislative session that his goal or intention to get rid of the income tax altogether. So, you know, if that really is your goal or intention, then what's the concern about the education change? The use of the education fund in the Constitution. Any questions about this? I think we've discussed it. None of it's really new information. All right. And just feel free to stop me anytime here. These bills impact local governance. And I wanted to talk about these three. They're all deal with what's called tax increment funding. And anybody has questions about how education is viewed and treated at the legislature should study these bills. This tell you everything you need to know about this. These bills here, Senate Bill 168, Senate Bill 268, I can boil them down to you in one sentence. Makes it legal for cities take money from school children and give it to developers. That's what these bills do. That's what they're going to do. And so separate and apart from the horrible policy that's involved in that, if you looked at the process of how these bills were passed, where we, and by we, I mean public education, were intentionally kept in the dark about these bills and until the last possible moment. I mean, I'm sure they would have kept us in the dark all the way through, but we did finally figure out what was going on and started pushing back on it and had some, but very little impact on these. What makes these bills so egregious, in my opinion, is when we, any other TIF funding that we participate in as a school district, the entity that's proposing that, if has to come here to this board and convince you guys that it is good for the school children in the Canyon School District. We are required to participate in this. And I will ask you, if you're starting a business and you have access to somebody else's money, how interested are you in making sure that that person makes money? You don't have any interest in that. There is no interest in that. And they will not have any incentive to make sure that school children in this district are held harmless, or even forget making money. I'm just worried about the bad deals that we're going to get into. And they are so concerned about making affordable housing here and taking this money from school children, but the cities can continue to charge their impact fees. So pretty easy to figure who's got the bullseye on their back or who's they're looking at to fund these projects. And I'm going to come back to this when we talk about to the constitutional amendment. But in my mind, if you'll forgive me, these bills are an outrage. An outrage. And if they really did think that this was a good deal for schools, they would not have run these bills the way they did. They would not have.
So which one was run by Senator Fillmore? The 268?
No, his
168?
was 168. Yeah.
He's been open about the fact that he ran that on behalf of Speaker Schultz. Is that correct?
Yes.
He's a developer. All right, let's just speak back.
Well, and you know, the worst thing about that bill too is they I shouldn't say intentionally, in my opinion, they kept out the most egregious parts of that bill till the very end of the process and then dumped them in at the end. And I think the reason they did that is they knew that that would tip us off. But these bills are outrageous. Everybody that cares anything about public education should be incensed by them, and the people responsible should be held accountable for them. This is never going to go away. And I can just tell you, based on the way this was run, at least my strong opinion that at least one of the cities, Canyon School District, was intricately involved in this. And I can only assume that that means that we'll be presented with their plans to do one or more of these in sometime in the near future.
City?
What's that?
Which city?
One of the cities in Canyon School District. I think we should make signs up, put them out in front of all of these areas, and but funded by the school children of Canyon School District. I really do. I mean, obviously we can't do that, but that is the truth. And it's too bad that more people won't know and be outraged by this, because it is. And if I thought that this was actually going to end up in affordable housing and make it easier for people to get into first homes, then maybe. But as I said, this is only taking money from school children and giving it to developers. You have something else?
Oh, I was just going to add to that, couple of things. I mean, the little bit of pushback resulted in, all it resulted in really was that the city would have to notify us. And then we, in a certain amount of time, and then our only voice would be in public comment at a city council meeting. That would be our only voice in some of these. And then also when you talk about affordable, I mean, that's what they're trying to say these bills accomplish, is building more affordable housing. But when you actually look at the specifics of these different zones that they can create, it's way less than half of the units have to be fall under the category of affordable. So it's really, yeah, you said it well. It's frustrating.
Named developer bills.
Yes. That is what it is. You watch how these go. That's how it's going to go. And anybody, a few of you talked to me on the phone around the time that this was all happening can attest to how furious I was. I've never been more outraged at anything that's happened at the legislature than these bills. And you can look at either the policy or the process and be equally outraged, in my opinion.
Did anyone in the news media covering anything about these bills?
I tried to interest the media in them, but these things are so complex.
They don't know how to tell it very well.
And there isn't much local media anymore. And they had several other juicy stories that baseball and hockey and Natalie Klein.
Under the radar.
I think we've discussed most of these bills. I'm happy to answer any questions. We were very pleased that we were able to kill, or that the referendum bills died. To Representative Shipp's credit, once he learned that other elected bodies did have a supermajority that kept them from being subject to a referendum, he was willing to put that in his bill. Representative Perucci never would. And she continued even after she learned that fact to present the bill as just putting sort of par with every other elected body in the state, even though she knew that it went much further than that. But fortunately, and I do want to mention Senator Cullimore here, fortunately, Senate leadership did not like either one of those bills. And once they got to the Senate, they both died. Senator Cullimore had a lot to do with that, and I want to thank him for that. That was very helpful. Anything else on here that we wanted, any questions? Senator, I think we talked about sensitive materials bill. I think we've talked about the DEI, other initiatives, and the 10 Commandments bill did end up passing. We don't require to put the 10 Commandments or the Magna Carta up in our schools, but we can if we want to. I'd like to inject each of them with truth serum and ask how many have actually read the Magna Carta. I bet it's much less than 10%. But if they want to read it in the future, they can just go and read it off the wall of a school. Representative Stink's bill, which would require neutrality in classrooms. If anybody ever wants to tell you that the legislature does not micromanage schools, I witnessed a floor debate that went on for about a committee debate that went on for about 20 minutes trying to decide what type of family pictures a teacher should be able to display on her desk. So if that's not micromanaging, I really don't know what is. I think the rest of these bills we've talked about, except for maybe half-day kindergartens, did come up later in the session. And essentially the thrust of that bill was talked about in cabinet yesterday, but essentially the thrust of that bill is if you have in any one school, you have more than 18 or more families who prefer half day, then you need to offer a half day class for that cohort of 18. And we looked, and I thought somebody said that the highest we had in one school is 10. Is that what we decided?
Kindergarten.
Yes. So it doesn't seem that would be imminent.
About HB 493.
Yeah.
That did it mess a little bit with the right of first refusal piece and all? I mean, do we have, like, when we say allows more flexibility for CE, we can actually go outside of our.
If they don't.
Yes.
They don't.
Just don't offer what we're interested
It
in.
already was.
Similar.
Okay.
But I think it
Global.
created a little more wiggle room in there, but not as much as we had asked for. School safety, school threat penalties, I remember Jeff and I a few years ago tried to run a very similar bill and everybody went crazy, and now, they're doing it without being, and the law enforcement asked for this, so it just sailed right through. It was a good bill. I don't disagree with it, but I just have to look back. Remember, when was that we did that, Jeff? About 5 years ago. That should have been so easy. It was so difficult. Yeah. The school safety amendments, I think we've talked about that. They did end up putting, the last time I was here, it was unfunded. They did end up putting $100 million in one-time money in that. There are, in my opinion, there are, regardless of the money, there are still some problems, significant problems with that bill, especially with the way that they propose to have guns in school using guardians. My main concern about that is that we're in a position of screening these guardians, and that's not something that we have expertise in, screening people who should be allowed or required to carry a gun. Not saying we can't learn it, but not something that we currently do. And just as an aside, that task force was dominated so heavily with law enforcement people and not enough education people, and the education person that was on there maybe wasn't as aggressive as we would have wanted him to be. And I do think that there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences of this, and it's going to require a lot of cleanup. But at least they did put some money in it, which did soften the blow, and they extended out the time for compliance with it as well. The questions here, I don't know if we put on the association fee bill that was killed in the legislature, where they were going to prohibit our ability to withhold on behalf of the UEA and the CEA and the ESPs association. And I worked as closely as possible with both the CEA, the UEA, and the Public Employees Union, and we were able to stop that. And I think it would be nice if that, in the appropriate way and at the proper moment, the board made some kind of expression in support of the CEA. I think that this bill was a dumb idea that would have virtually crippled them and their ability to recruit members. And I don't need to tell you or anybody how important they are for our district. And any measure of support we can show them, I think, is worthwhile. I have a feeling that the cynical part of me, which takes over entirely during the legislative session, is that the reason they did that the way they did it was to try to hold the UEA in place and keep their eyes focused on that and off of some of this other stuff. But knowing the sponsor of that bill, he's a very good bill sponsor. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again. Now here we are, the constitutional amendment. This, of course, passed in the last legislative session. I just wanted to say a couple things here about this. You think back to those TIF bills that I began to talk about here. To me, that is a clearest indication of what our legislative partners think of us. The reason they are so concerned to have our endorsement, and by our endorsement, I'm meaning public ed in general, is because they know they can't do it over our objections. If they could do this over our objections, they would. And I wasn't in this meeting, and I'm just reporting out what was reported to me after the meeting. But about midway through the session, the leaders of the UEA and the USBA were all called in to the speaker's office, and every member of Republican leadership in both houses was in the meeting. So the House Republican leaders, including the speaker, the Senate Republican leaders, including the president, were in this meeting. And a couple of things were said that were reported out to me, which I want to talk about for just a minute here. One was that based on what the USBA leadership had told them during the last legislative session, you know, the USBA was accused of not acting in good faith. Which is ridiculous based on not what they believe they were told, but what they told me that they were told by the USBA. I know that they understood what the USBA said to them because it was repeated back to me by them. So for them to act like that they thought that there was a deal in place is not accurate, number one. Number two, it was brought up by I'm not sure who brought it up, but somebody from the public education side said, well, look at all these bills that are being run up here. Look at all these bills. What kind of partnership is this? You guys say we're partners and we got to link arms on this. And they had two responses to that. Well, you got to treat the constitutional amendment separately. Well, I understand they want us to treat it separately, but why would we ever treat that separately? It's just as much a legislative thing as anything that we deal with up there. And their defense against the bill were, which to some degree is true. I mean, they can't stop the kind of bills that are filed by different legislators. But you pick any one of these bills. Pick any one of these bills and find me one member of Republican leadership that at any point voted against them. So it's one thing to say somebody can't run a bill. It's another thing to refuse to, you know, to do what everybody knows they can do to kill these bills. And it's a third thing to vote for them. So, I mean, I was born in the morning, but I wasn't born yesterday morning. And so why public education, I realize this amendment passing would make their jobs easier, but that's not a reason to do anything. They don't, and you know, when they pass these bills, they know they're making our lives more difficult, but they think it's the right thing to do. That's why they do it. Well, just because this makes their life more easy is not a reason to pass this. Is not a reason to pass it. The fact that it makes their lives more difficult is a reason to keep it, in my opinion. And why public education, or the USBA, or anybody would offer an endorsement of this, I don't understand. And when you show somebody that you are a doormat, that is exactly the way they will treat you. And that is the way, you know, I usually enjoy a legislative session, at least the first 4 weeks of it. It's been miserable up there for 2 years now. And our successes are much more limited than they were before. I'm hoping that we'll see some changes with the coming elections and that maybe we can return back to more normal give and take at the legislature. And, you know, I'm still furious about these TIF bills. I have not calmed down much, and I've probably said stuff here that I'll regret in a few weeks. But those bills are horrible. Us agreeing to this will only weaken us at the legislature, not just removing that earmark, which is almost ceremonial at this point as it is, because we let them talk us into including social services in it. And why, you know, they've got a million reasons why that wasn't enough. Bear in mind, that's just 2 years ago. So obviously this is the board's decision, and Susan and I will support and work with anything that you guys do on that. But if you think you're getting something out of it, even if you think you're getting goodwill, you're not. You're not. Any questions on that? You asked me very much. I can go on for quite a while.
So, anyway, thank you, Charlie. So
I just got a couple more.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Couple more
Slides. Oh, sorry.
We had some great job shadows, as we normally do during the legislative session. We took some pictures of our students with our legislators. It's always nice to have them up there, and our legislators do give them a nice experience up there. And I certainly want to thank all those that took time and effort to spend with the kids, and they did a great job. And while we're talking about it, one thing I didn't have on here, which I did want to mention in a public meeting, is the bill that would have eliminated our ability to have trimesters at Brighton. We had a number of students come up to the legislature and testify on behalf of that, opposing that bill. And Tom, I think, is Tom here or not? Tom came too, yeah, and did a great job as well. But I specifically wanted to thank the kids. They did a great job. You know, it's very hard to kill a bill in committee, and they didn't want to embarrass the students that day, but that bill came out of that committee and never moved another inch after that day. And so those kids got a great future in lobbying if they're interested in it, but they did a great job that day. And I wanted to point that out. This is I think this is PTA Day on the Hill, isn't it? Yes. PTA Day on the Hill, the USBA Day on the Hill. Wanted to give one final comment, tribute to Mont. This is a picture of Mont, not this session, but last session, saying the opening prayer in the Senate gallery. You know, you look back on the little things in life that you should have maybe enjoyed a little bit more. This is certainly one of them for me, and I can never forget this tunnel right here. And you can see that's the governor's SUV parked right here. And anybody else who's ever come up there has had to park about a half a mile away from there. But that was the parking spot that Mont got that day that he came up and said the prayer. So he will be missed. Any other questions?
Any other question, board? Okay, I want to just go back to discussing SJR 10. So Charlie, will you put back that slide? So we do have a position of opposed to this just from our legislative priorities. So are we still good with that position, board?
Absolutely.
Okay. I did ask Dan to research like what according to state law can we do to either advocate or educate? Anyway, so he did research that. So
yeah, so the legislature that's kind of probably not wanting you to get involved. 20A-11-1203, public entity prohibited from expending public funds on certain electoral matters. In paragraph 1, it says a public entity may not make an expenditure from public funds for political purposes to influence a ballot proposition, which includes constitutional amendments, which SJR 10 is dealing with, or publish on the public entity's website an argument for or against a ballot proposition. And expenditures are defined very, very broadly. It is somewhat, as a board, I think you're curtailed, but as board members, it does point out that, you know, you have First Amendment rights like everyone else. So nothing in this chapter prohibits a public official from speaking, campaigning, contributing personal money, or otherwise exercising the public official's individual First Amendment rights for purposes there. So.
Dan, could you send us a copy of that?
Yeah, and then also there's the, you cannot use emails for political purposes. That's all employees of a public entity. So your Canyons district emails couldn't be used as well. So
Cannot be used.
cannot.
Can only use your personal.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Nancy had a question.
Question for Dan. So, but as a board, we can take an official position. We just can't promote that position one way or the other.
Again, it would be, you know, making an expenditure or putting something on the website are prohibited.
Okay.
But we can have it on our legislature.
Oh, yeah. It's just a
Okay,
position.
so I have talked to other boards and they wanted to educate, but it seems like our hands are pretty tied.
You can provide information.
Provide information.
I think
Okay,
that's
well, maybe,
Information, not advocacy.
You know, I think information is something.
information is good.
You can also, you know, promote and encourage people to get out and vote.
So it's
Okay.
to include info in the newsletter, like our.
Okay, so
Any
maybe,
department or school newsletters couldn't really,
Public entity is defined school district, so.
Town.
okay, well,
But there's a element of an educational piece.
Yeah.
We could define what it does.
You can provide, again, it's, you know, try and influence the language of the statute, ballot proposition, or have arguments for or against.
So in a school newsletter, you could say, this is what this bill does. Make sure you get informed and go vote. Or on Peach Chart.
okay, maybe our legislative committee can meet and just try to come up with some ideas. Okay. Okay, then Nancy, I want to turn time over to you about this, the draft for the op-ed.
so we talked about participating in the JLC project for districts to send op-eds on a regular basis. And so Andrew and Karen and I were asked to put together a draft idea. And so I've just printed it off and like to have you all take a look at it and see if you think we're heading in the right direction. And then, as we mentioned before, we would then have the communications folks kind of polish it up a little bit for us. And just, I mean, to that end, this is not advocating on any specific issue one way or the other. It's just talks about the role of public education and the economic success in Utah.
It does say that there can only be two names on it when we submit it.
That is a question. We need to figure out how we want to sign it.
Well, and you have a choice of Tribune or to use the Tribune folks for readership. I don't know if that matters.
So I have a question.
You can have.
If we have to support, or we only sign with two names, like that's ostensibly, could we do that as citizens, like as part of our freedom of speech? And actually put in some information in there regarding what will happen with the removal of the earmark?
Nancy didn't want to take that position yet because it's just now. But didn't you say we might want to come back and write another one at another time?
Right, I mean,
That's more pointed.
only because the JLC thing was more about promoting public ed and not addressing specific issues, but I think you're correct, and
We're
any
gonna have to-
individual at any time could. Right, so.
I guess my point is the JLC thing kind of fell apart. Like, that's a whole nother story. I don't see any reason why a couple of us, if we feel strongly, can't
I
submit.
think we need to.
Yeah.
You can't say anything any sooner than 45 days.
What do you
So
mean?
if you submit,
Huh?
then you personally cannot submit again for 5 days.
Wait, say what?
To the same,
So you have to choose wisely what it is you're saying.
yes, or bounce between two newspapers.
I just am saying, I think it's.
And you can't do the same one in both.
It's beautifully written and I especially love the quote from John Adams. I just think I would love, it was perfect. I would love for us to connect the dots for people about what's about to happen.
This is kind of just saying, this is why public ed is important. And the purpose was to say why public ed is important. And if we deviate from that, I think it we want to build on that message. Does that
You're
make
saying
sense?
to resubmit again in 45 days later.
So maybe, is there anyone who wants to put their name on that future one, and then we can put other names on this
I'll
one?
do that.
And
I don't care. They can.
the
throw me in
future.
that if they have to. I don't care. This is like, there's too much at stake. It's.
Oh, it's true. We'll change funding.
And she just felt we shouldn't come out, and I agree with her, come out angry at first. I
Yeah,
think we want to
this is more positive.
come out positively about public education and not just education. And point out the things that make us unique and different. And then we can say, if they do what they're planning on doing, will you lose these? You know, so we can work towards that. I just think if we come out hard now, it's a long road till November. And we don't want them to stop looking.
I don't know, I just think people might read it and be like, oh, that's really good, feel good, something about like.
Do you want us to
yeah,
add it?
great. But like, like, for me as a reader, I'm kind of like,
Okay.
yeah,
So now,
yeah.
so add another paragraph? We can do it anytime.
I would suggest,
We
I
can strengthen it.
see what Amanda's saying. I don't want it to get longer because I think the average reader is not going to.
I was gonna
read
say,
it all the way through, and your last paragraph is fantastic, and I want them to read that last paragraph. And I love the John Adams part too. I think it needs to be shorter. That's my biggest thing. I think it should be 3 paragraphs. I think that readers don't have the patience to read longer than that. They'll skip to the next thing. Like, oh, okay, I get it. This is a. public-
So are you saying we also should change the content as in the focus? Or are we just gonna
I think maybe we could.
compare a
Yeah,
little
I
stronger?
agree with you, like, it's probably too wordy at this point. That's why it's attention span.
I think it's fantastic. I just think it needs to be condensed.
Did it once, didn't it again.
I think that we would grab people's attention a little bit more if we could share some sort of a personal example or story of something that we have done as a public school system to support children, like, or a child. I think we underestimate the power of story to pull people in and be able to associate emotionally with things that you or the cause. And so I think we have plenty of examples. We don't have to share personal names or information, but and this is a conversation that I have had with a lot of conservative legislators. I'm like, if you understood the safety net that we provide, you would not be going after us lock, stock, and barrel like you were. Because if that safety net goes away,
You're gonna provide.
it's really scary, right? And so I would love to have some sort of a hook in the beginning that kind of pulls somebody in emotionally in that way, not saying that you're manipulating, you're not, you're actually just illustrating what that looks like. So.
I find that could be done good people.
I think it's important too that we make sure that we consider this as an ongoing thing that we all contribute to. It's like this one can't be one and done and then expect to make a difference. It's got to be a pretty continuous action in multiple locations.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, like a couple of you mentioned, like the attention span of the readers or different points will have to come at different times, right? As we continuously weave a story. And hopefully people are able to pick up bits and pieces along the way, because you know they're not going to get just one. Like if you just do one, you get this many readers, but if you have a bunch, then you need to expand the number of people who end up seeing them.
And as far as the JLC initiative, between now and the end of the year, there are 2 to 3 districts each month that will be participating, at least that have agreed to.
But in their local papers, so it may or may not be ours.
And
but-
or these.
Mhm, but as long as the,
But the whole point is to kind of try and shift a narrative.
They'll run it.
They'll run it.
Well, I agree. I do think that hook is really important to get the reader interested. Just, you have to captivate their attention so they want to keep reading. The average reader only reads 10 lines, then flips to the
well,
next.
I've already said, I was also only read at an 8th grade level. I'll just tell you that.
Okay, thank you, committee, for voting on that, and as we do continue to discuss that and work on whose names are gonna be on that. I mean, I'm fine if your names are on that, so I don't worry about it.
She's like, not
But if
mine
you
yet.
feel strongly.
You wrote it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Great, okay, so we are gonna move C, D, and E will be B, C, and D in business meeting, so we're gonna insert them after item. And we'll still take a little break and we start at 7.
But in new business, they're gonna be B, C.
B, C, and D.
And then,
Those other.
and then B and C will be, you know,
So I need someone to make motions, so we'll make some notes and pay attention. to that.
got it.
So E and F will be. Okay, thank you, everyone. So.
And then we want to check suggestions first.
You can just focus, but we can still show the concern.
Caroline? These Jens Cox. Any
I
type
don't
of
care if my back.
Any of these bills?
It's an election year.
Our premise would change.
Story.
Is there anyone?
Tighten up to create room. I think what.
It's gonna be-
Very.
I left in general. I had one
I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is March 12th, 2023. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I would like to excuse Mrs. Oakes tonight. And then we will go ahead with our agenda. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for today, March 12th.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, March 2024, with a few changes. So during our new business section, we will begin with a District 1 midterm vacancy process. And then we will move to item B, which is policy, military leave, provisional status of administrative personnel, termination of employment, all presented by Jeff Christensen. Then we'll do item C, update on special program unit placement by Nate Edvilson. Then we'll go to item E, kindergarten early out proposal by Dr. Amber Roderick Landward. And then we will move the strategic plan focus group to item E and the fee schedule to item F.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance and school highlights. And we have Julie Fielding from Altera Elementary. She is the principal there. She will lead us in that.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Hi, I am Julie Fielding, proud principal of Altera Elementary, and I'm happy to share with you some things about our great school and community. I am new to Altera this year, and I've loved getting to know the staff and the students and families. At Altera, we have an awesome team of teachers and support staff, and I see lots of extra mile efforts from our staff, and I want to give them a shout out today. They work so hard and do an amazing job, so I truly appreciate them. We have a fabulous PTA. They're involved, they're positive, they provide fun activities for the students, and they spoil our staff. So thank you to our PTA. I have made it a focus this year to promote kindness within our school community. And one of the most fun parts of my jobs is to visit classrooms and share how students have demonstrated kindness to someone in our school. We take their pictures, post it on a bulletin board, and then send a note home to their parents to celebrate all the kind acts that are happening on our campus. Here's a couple that were sitting on my desk today that I will deliver to classrooms tomorrow. I have a nomination for Ava Johnson, who was saying very kind words to others and helping them feel happy. Don't you love that? Emerson Brimhall in kindergarten is always cleaning up in places he didn't play in during oral language block. That's impressive. Ethan Welling was encouraging other students to do their best by congratulating them. We all need a cheerleader, right? Altera is the Spanish dual immersion school, and we enjoy sharing in the cultures of teachers from Spain and Peru this year. Each week, all the students in our school learn a new Spanish word together as a student from an upper grade shares it over the intercom during announcements. All of us at Altera are learning just a little bit of Spanish, un poquito. We have a school choir that has over 90 students participating. They performed a wonderful Christmas concert and are planning to do a spring musical called The Night the Castle Rocked. So it's on April 18th at 7 p.m. and you are all invited. Each Friday, we celebrate a student of the week from the various classes. We invite their parents to come celebrate their child, and I share some thoughtful words from the teachers about their rock star student and why they were honored with this award. It's been a fun tradition at Altera, and students can earn a collectible pin every year with this award. So Altera is truly a remarkable school, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. So thank you for your ongoing support of Altera Elementary, and go Kitty Hawks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And that's fun to hear about how you are promoting kindness and giving out awards to kids. So thank you so much for being here and sharing a little bit about your school. The next item on the agenda is the Canyon Strong Student Recognitions, and that will be given by Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for the time that the board gives us every board meeting to recognize our students and employees who have gone above and beyond in the pursuit of excellence and to show the world that we are indeed Canyon Strong. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. Now, before we list our honorees, we also want to note that Canyon Spring Sports are in full swing, including the first ever boys volleyball game since boys volleyball became the sanctioned sport by the Utah High School Activities Association. Also, for the first time, Hillcrest is fielding a boys lacrosse team. So good luck to all of our students who are involved in spring sports and activities. In addition, our calendars are getting full of our performing arts productions, including Macbeth in Brighton, which will be staged in the coming days. Hillcrest's continuation of the James plays. If you haven't had a chance to see that, I would encourage you to go see it. Also, Hillcrest Theater Arts kids are in rehearsals for Sister Act the musical, and Corner Canyon will be staging Mamma Mia this spring right before graduation. Two amazing productions, and so we encourage everyone to go out and support the performing arts in the Canyon School District, as well as all the students who are participating in our other activities. Now, tonight is Concerto Night at Corner Canyon High School, another performing arts event in the Canyons District. I think that's why Mrs. Oakes isn't here tonight. She's there to see her daughter perform. And we'll have a lot of band and orchestra festivals are coming up in the coming weeks. Last time we met was Alta's Concerto Night, and some of the kids who are sitting behind me were performers at the Concerto Night at Alta High School. And we're speaking tonight just for a few moments about the performing arts. And I've asked Alta High Instrumental Music Director Caleb Shabasteri and his Instrumental Music Council to come and talk to you about a really cool new addition at Alta High School. They're very excited to move into their new music hall. They moved in just recently. This was an investment that the Canyons Board of Education made in the performing arts at the newly renovated Alta High School, and they wanted to come here to say something to all of you. Mr. Shabasteri.
Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. I'm gonna have some of my students kind of start things off, and I have one thing at the end.
Hi, we are the Alta Instrumental Music Program at Alta High School, and we are here to properly thank you for approving the build on our new music hall. My name is Emily Richards, and I'm the Alta Orchestra President. And music has been a part of my life for almost 10 years now. And because of music, I've been able to find a happiness that is unmatched anywhere else. And most of this happiness has been able to come from the people that I've met inside the department. We're hoping to expand our department by hiring a second teacher and offering more music classes so more students can get involved in our department. And we're really excited to watch it grow and flourish. So thank you.
All right, my name is Cambry Baird. I'm also part of the Alta Instrumental Council, and I just want to say that there are no words enough to express how grateful the Alta Instrumental Music Program is for our new music hall. Your funding and agreements to build this new space has helped us greatly. We are so glad to have a safe space big enough for our music, love, and family at Alta. Thank you so much for investing in us as musicians and as students. Many of our instrumental students find life in their music and more, and home in our room. Our thanks for your support to us and the art director do not go unsaid, and we cannot wait to continue to share our music with you and enjoy a fantastic way of learning in our new room. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Canyon School Board. My name is Aria Kentner, and I'm also on the Alta High's Instrumental Council, along with these amazing people standing next to me. And I'd just like to start by saying thank you. Thank you so much to everyone here that voted in our favor and believe that we are worth investing so much time and effort into. Us students are so grateful and lucky to have this new music hall. My mom likes to joke that I spend so much time in our music room that I should start paying rent. And when you think about it, it might kind of be true for not only myself, but a lot of other instrumental students that call that room their home. It's a place where we can talk with friends and make new ones, learn skills useful inside and out of the classroom, and ultimately, it's a place where so many people feel safe to be themselves. That's the beauty of our music program at Alta. High school is a really tricky time and it's hard to navigate all on your own, but I've never once felt alone when I walk through those music doors every day. With this new room, we'll be able to bring this feeling to so many students who have a love for music or even just want to make some friends with others and develop some musical skills along the way. We're already introducing more music classes this upcoming school year, and this is largely in part to the new space we have that can accommodate for so many opportunities that we never had before. I'm very passionate about music education, and I think all of us here can agree that it's one of the most challenging, exciting, and rewarding experiences you'll ever have. Not to mention our amazing administrators at Alta High, who have also done so much to make this dream a reality. Thanks to all of you here who helped us in getting our new room, more students will be able to make connections, learn about music and the impact it has on the world, and obtain a great environment that allows them to grow and learn alongside their peers. Thank you for everything. We appreciate every one of you so much.
All right. Again, my name is Caleb Shabastari. I'm the director of instrumental music at Alta High School. I just want to reiterate what my students said. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for investing in this program. Thank you for supporting the over 250 instrumental music students we currently have in our program and the countless future generations who will use this music hall. Thank you to you, the Canyons Board of Education, for voting in favor of the new music hall 12 months ago and completing construction in just 11 months. It's been incredible. Thank you to Leon Wilcox and Dr. Robbins and our Alta principal, Ken Rowley, for helping us and listening to our concerns and finding solutions. It's meant the world to us. Music education is my passion, and it is my lifelong goal to share it with as many students that are willing to learn. Thank you one more time for creating a space for us to do what we love. We had a little plaque made up that we're going to be hanging in our new music hall that says Alta High School Music Hall. Thank you to the Canyons Board of Education for making our dream a reality. And a little quote by Hans Christian Andersen, where words fail, music speaks. So thank you so much. We're going to have an open house here in the next few weeks, which we will absolutely invite all of you to. We would love to have you. Thanks again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shabs. Thank you, students, for coming today to the recognitions to present the information about the new music hall. Caleb came to me and said, is there any way that we can come and present this information to the board? And I said, please do come in and talk to the board, talk to them about how important this new music hall is to you and your students. Now, I'm a former Alta band dad, and so I'm thrilled every time I get a chance to see our bands perform and excel. And the new music hall is amazing. If you're ever at Alta High School, stop in and see where the students will be honing their skills and talents. So thank you, Mr. Shabastari. Thank you, Instrumental Music Council. And we'll be sure to tap all of your talents at all of our ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings in the future. So next up, we will be honoring our robotics clubs. Over the weekend, they competed against more than 40 other teams from across the Western United States at the regional robotics competition. The Huskies came away with the Team Spirit Award, and the Hawks took home the Team Sustainability Award. And Hillcrest's Senya Walker was awarded the first Dean's List finalist. Now, this Dean's Award is the highest honor to an individual student in the robotics regionals. So congratulations to all of our robotics students who excelled at our recent First Utah Robotics competition. And our next honorees are the student athletes who won state titles at their state swim meets. A big congratulations to beat digger Robert Barton. You'll see him swimming there in that photograph. He capped his high school swim career with some mighty big wins. His strong performances helped his team take first place in the 200-yard medley relay and third in the 200-yard freestyle relay. He also won 2 individual state championships in the 200-yard freestyle and in the 100-yard butterfly. The championship winning team from Jordan High School included Robert Will Cochamiglio, Rick Nyber, Owen Hershey, and Jordan High finished 4th among all 4A teams. So congratulations to those boys swimmers from Jordan High School. Now, also, Brighton High School is a longtime powerhouse in the pool. They returned to the podium. The boys team finished in 2nd place in 5A. And Bengal Drake Doyle earned individual titles in the 200 free and 500 free events. And Lewin Barnard also earned a state championship in the 100 backstroke. So congratulations to the Bengals who won state championships in 5A boys swimming. And then also Corner Canyon's Unified Special Olympics swimmers dominated the 6A boys meet. Charger Jordan Barlow took first place in the unified mixed 50 free with a time of 35:24. He was really fast at the state meet. He was joined on the podium at Brigham Young University by Jaden Medina, who earned 3rd place, and the Chargers shared with Harriman the 1st place trophy in the unified mixed 100 freestyle relay. So congratulations to all of our swim champions this year. Now, our next honorees are as tough as nails, and they are the Canyons wrestlers who won state titles in boys and girls wrestling. Now, they are indeed the champions. You'll see the photographs of all of the Canyons District state champions in boys and girls wrestling. We had state individual champions from Jordan High School, Hillcrest High, and Corner Canyon High School. Right there in the top corner, Charger Mana Fager and Caden Williams are state individual champions in the weight classes. Mana won in 190 and Caden took first place in 285. Hillcrest had 2 state title winners. Sister Eva and Eliza Zimmerman won back-to-back championships in their weight divisions, and Jordan High's Taylor Hilton captured the gold in 155, and Charger Clarion Fager from Corner Canyon took 6A first place in 170. Now, so far this year, Canyons District students have won team and individual state athletic competition championships in boys golf, girls tennis, unified special Olympics, soccer, football, cheer, drill, 4A boys swimming, and boys and girls wrestling. And last weekend, we won state championships in speech and debate. We're getting the full list right now of all of the students who won those state individual championships in that High School Activity Association sanctioned activity, and we'll be honoring them in future recognitions. With the speech and debate wins, all of our traditional high schools have won at least one individual or team state championship this year in a sanctioned activity. So congratulations to all of our students for participating in athletics and activities. Now, at the state boys basketball tournament, the Chargers and the Hawks made it to the final rounds, but they lost in heartbreakers. But still, we did have some Hawks and some Chargers named to the all-tournament teams, including one Isaac Neibauer, who we know very well. Congratulations to Ms. Neibauer's son, and Darrell Desire for the 6A all-tournament team, and Jackson Johnson and Carter Doliak made the 5A all-tournament team. So congratulations to them for this amazing accomplishment. Having 2 teams in the final round ain't too shabby. So congratulations to the Hawks and Chargers. Our final honorees that we will mention tonight are the entire student body at Alta High School. They won a major honor from the Utah chapter of the Freedoms Foundation at Valley Forge. Now, they received the George Washington Honor Medal for the school's annual Veterans Day program. Alta hosts a Veterans Day program that begins in the morning with a breakfast for veterans in the community. That breakfast is made by ProStart students, and the highlight of the Veterans Day activity is an assembly that features student performances and tributes. The aim is to teach all of us about the rights and privileges of being an American. A moment of silence is also included to honor all those who have served. And it is a touching display of patriotism. And if you have not been, I would encourage you to take the time next year to go to Alta High's Veteran Days Assembly. It's very touching. So congratulations to the Hawks for this honor and for the efforts that Alta makes every year to make Veterans Day so special. Now, President Schill, thank you for the time the board gives us to honor those who are Canyon strong. And we can think of no one who is more Canyon strong than the person that we will be recognizing next, who is Canyon's Board of Education Vice President, Mont L. Millerberg. And we're doing an in memoriam for Mont now. You can see here, I wore a husky green tie in Mont's honor. President Schill.
Tonight, the chair to the left of me sits empty as a symbol of the great loss the Canyons District family has felt in recent weeks. Our hearts have been heavy since February 18th, when we received word that our friend and colleague, Canyons Board of Education Vice President Mont Millerberg, suffered a debilitating stroke. He passed away Friday, February 23rd, 2023, surrounded by his family. He was a fixture in Canyon since 2008 when he was elected to the inaugural Board of Education. As a proud Hillcrest Husky, he was reelected in 2016 and again in 2020, and had filed to run for another 4-year term. He also was instrumental in establishing the Canyons Education Foundation, which raises private funds to support district academic goals. As we grieve, we also honor his legacy as a founding father of Canyons District. Generations of children will benefit from his vision of education in our community. He was a tireless advocate for District 1 and was so proud of the new schools in the Midvale area. I also had the pleasure of sitting next to Mont during board meetings. His sense of humor kept me going through long and sometimes challenging meetings. He always made me laugh, and for that, when I think of him, I will always smile. During his time on the board, Canyons rebuilt Hillcrest High, Union Middle, Midvale Elementary, and Mid-Valley Elementary. Nearly 35% of all bond money spent by Canyons since 2010 has been in Midvale area schools. We pause tonight to honor his memory. Please turn your attention to the screens and for a look at our memories of Mont. A memorial fund in Mont's name has been set up by the Canyons Education Foundation, and all funds raised will go toward fulfilling his legacy of dedicated service to the students and schools in CSD. Donations to the Millerberg Memorial Fund can be made on the district's website. Beyond being a committed public servant, Mont was always on the move. One day he was on the golf course, the next he was playing pickleball, the next day he was cycling to donut shops with his family. He was here in the Salt Lake Valley one day and on the road to St. George the next. After hearing of all of his ski trips and exotic locations, I remember telling him, when I grow up, I want to be Mont. One thing is for sure, we may be finding the successor to represent District 1, but Mont can never be replaced. We will miss our friend and colleague, Mr. Mont L. Millerberg. He will always be in our hearts. And I'm going to give each board member just a minute to say something. And I'm going to start with Mrs. Nybar.
It's actually pretty difficult to come to board meeting without Mont. It's pretty surreal that his chair is open over there. To know Mont is to love him. He had a great sense of humor. He had a passion for kids and teachers, and I love that quote was up there. What a awesome slideshow. Thank you to those who put it together. But that quote about the magic happens in the classroom. Another favorite of his was that he'd been sleeping with a teacher for how many years, and so this is why he was on the school board, because his wife was a teacher. He really devoted his retirement to kids in the classroom. He was a great speaker. I found myself often sitting on the edge of my seat, not sure what he was going to say next. And he had that great timing with his dramatic pauses, and bovine stool was in there somewhere. Fun thing about Mont is I think he kind of made it his personal goal to disagree with me. Sometimes I would actually listen to what he was saying and then start supporting what he was saying. And no sooner did I do that than he would take the opposite position, which worked out great because my position was the opposite position. So I just saddle up to what I really thought, and then we were agreeing. It was great. But sometimes we did agree, and that was wonderful. But Mont used to say, give me a position. I'll draw it out of a hat. I'll argue for or against it, because he really felt like a vigorous debate was important to come to the right decision. And I think all of us heard that a lot from him. He would argue one way and then he'd turn around at the end. And it's because he really wanted us to look at things from all angles. Another thing about Mont, whenever we were discussing financial things, I would always laugh as the accountant. He'd have these little chicken scratches on his paper and he'd say, now let me see if my math is right. And then he'd go into the numbers and try to make sure we were always financially sound. Mont was such a family guy. He was always talking about all the activities he did with his grandkids, teaching them how to ski. It was fun going to his funeral. The funnest thing about it for me was that most of the stories I'd already heard. And I love that about Mont. Stories about him making his sourdough bread and delivering it to his kids. Talking about how he loved to smoke meat. I don't think there's anything he would never do for his own kids, his grandkids, or Canyon's kids. He thoroughly enjoyed every committee he was on. He would sign up to do extra committees. One of the last texts I got from Mont, he said, hey, I'm at the district building already. Are you going to come to student advisory, or could I stay and sit in this one? You know, we all love being around the kids. I think Mont was such a great example of a man with just so much heart, and he led with his heart. And I'll really miss him. He's made a lasting impression on me, and I'm grateful for all he taught me, and I hope that he's got a lot of rounds of golf in. And I was thinking about what he used to say about his band teacher, and maybe he's been able to reconnect. Grateful for him and for this opportunity to honor such a man and such a legacy. Really a founding father for Canyons.
Mr. Edo.
So I was thinking how one of the newer board members, but compared to Mont, we're all the newer board members. I really enjoyed the opportunity that I had to get to know Mont. And whether it was here at the board meeting or whether it was at training by USBA, he was a really fun individual. I guess he was a really fun individual to get to know out in other places. But one of the things I really appreciated about him up on the stand is that we could disagree about things and we could have pretty hard and opposite positions of each other about issues. And then we can be okay with that. And we can chat afterwards. And me not being a great golfer, but play some mini golf together. And I feel that he was a true example of how politics should work, where we don't always have to be on the same page, but we all work together, we all bring in our opinions, we make a decision, and then we move forward in whatever way we can to serve the best interests of our communities and of our children. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that Mont worked tirelessly for his community and that Mont worked tirelessly for our students. And that was always his number one goal. And so I sincerely appreciate the time that I had to get to know him and feel that I walk away a much better person because of him.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read comments right now from Mrs. Oakes. Mont Millerberg was a bona fide original, direct in his opinions, quick in his wit, and generous in his devotion to his community. I've always said that there could not have been a better advocate for the citizens of Midvale. A man of unbelievable talents, Mont deliberately chose to prioritize the needs of his community over many other inviting opportunities, and I loved him for that. One of the best things about Mont was his ability to bring fun into everything he did. One moment we might be discussing a serious topic, and the next he was cracking a self-deprecating joke on which he put us all at ease. While he could be salty on the exterior at times, I never doubted that he generally cared about others, including myself and my family. He always made it clear that this is where my greatest priority and greatest joy should lie, and his personal example illustrated this in spades. Thank you, Mont and Chris, for inspiring me to live my life to the fullest, to be a better board member, advocate, wife, mother, and friend. To say that I will miss you is a gross understatement, but I like to think that I will always carry a piece of you with me, especially whenever I hear your pseudo attempts at swearing haunt my brain. It makes me giggle every time. Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Much has been said already about Mont's contributions, and I just want to add that all of it's true. You all have mentioned things that came to my mind as well, but yet I would like to recognize that the totality of his influence can never be measured. And the contributions that he has made will continue on and on and on. One of the things of the many things that I've learned from Mont is that in the beginning and in the end, it's all about the people. He loved to connect with the people that he worked with, the people that he served, the people that he played with, and he just thrived on that, on making those connections, and it was contagious. He would value the contributions of everyone. He recognized that everyone's job was important. And as many of us have been the beneficiary, he enjoyed smoking for his friends and his colleagues. And one just little thing that Mont and I, a few years ago, we, not together, but at the same time, we earned our food handlers permits so that we could help out at a district picnic function. And that's where you would often find him, is helping out. And he was such a good example of that. I just also want to express my gratitude to his wife, Chris, and the Millerberg family for sharing him with us over the years. And I hope that they can take some comfort knowing that knowing the depth of our appreciation and the ongoing legacy he created in our community. And as President Schill mentioned earlier, his seat may be filled, but he will never be replaced.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
Although I did not have the opportunity to work with Mont for long, I have watched his efforts as a board member from the beginning of the district. I have always been impressed by his wisdom, his loyalty to his community, his quirky sense of humor, and often, and most of the time, his unpredictability. I have come to know that Mont is one of a kind. He played hard, he worked hard, and his love and concern for others is unmatched. He challenged my thinking and has helped model what being a good board member is. I will miss his being the devil's advocate on issues and asking what's the bottom line. I will miss his holiday suits and his hat in the hat hats. Mont's legacy will live on in his family and in his contributions to Canyons District and the community. I'm proud of the scholarship that has been created in its name, and I know that that legacy will carry goodness perpetually forever for him and for us. Thank you, Mont, for your friendship. You will be missed.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Robbins.
Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, President. I didn't prepare any remarks, but I appreciate the opportunity just to comment. So the very first board meeting that I got here, I think was in April of 2020. And you all recall that was the start of the pandemic, and we'd just been directed by the governor and the state health department to create a response to the pandemic, right? So myself and school performance were up in Bob's office for I don't know how many hours at a time, weeks on end, developing this plan. And in the first board meeting, I'll never forget, we presented the plan, and the first comment by a board member was, "Mont, this is failure to launch." So you know, the thing that and just echo all the comments, I really appreciated Mont's genuine, sincere character. And, you know, being a former athlete, I think of the greatest coaches that I ever had an opportunity to play for were those that really held me accountable. And Mont did the same. And I think when you dig deep into his mindset and his thinking about his vision for students. He would always talk to us about really looking past the averages and looking past just the numbers that are on the surface. And a great example of that was his passion and love for Jordan Valley. And I think about, that's one aspect of his leadership, that he was always concerned about our most vulnerable. And one of the last opportunities that I had with Mont, which were many, he and I played in many different charity golf opportunities. That was kind of my opportunity to get to know him and be mentored by him. But we had one of our recent listening tours was at Jordan Valley, and his care and willingness to just be present in the moment and to listen to the teachers there. He had a real soft spot in his heart for our most vulnerable, and I'll always take that with me. So I echo all the great things that have been said about Mont tonight, and we miss him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Mr. Wilcox, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, President Schill. I want to just go back. The first time I met Mont was it was in February 2009, so just over 15 years ago now. I was appointed director of accounting that night, and I came up and shook Mont's hand, and afterwards we talked and shared a few, he was a CPA, I'm a CPA. We shared people that we had in common, and that commonality, never left us over the last 15 years. We'd often talk about taxes and practice, and that's what we did. But he would always say, I'm trying to get out of doing taxes and get more retired, but I just can't do it because I want to help people. As we heard that's what he wanted to do, is help people, whether it's in our schools or other areas of his life. It was all about helping people. Another thing was, he was really the main instigator of our 2017 bond. He's the one that pushed that through, getting these projects going, he felt like that was the time to do it. He was really the driving force. I remember having so many meetings downtown at our architect firm for Hillcrest High, and getting his input as we discussed that hours upon hours about that building and how he wanted it to look and how he wanted to function, how he wanted to serve the kids in the community of Midvale. We got the bids back on the price. It was shocking to me. So I called Mont and I go, what do you think we should do? Because they were over what we projected. He said, well, we got to do it because it's about the kids. I remember that phone call distinctly. And so that's what we did, and it's turned out so well. February was a very tough month for me personally, because I lost my dad and Mont within 10 days. And so at the viewing for Mont, when I was talking to Chris, the day before basically the day that he had his stroke, she was telling me, hey, we got to make plans to go up to Leon's dad's viewing in 2 days. That Saturday, it's on Saturday, this is on Monday. We got to make plans to go up to Leon's family on Monday. So it meant a lot to me, that knowing that he was thinking of me at that time. So that meant a lot. So just can't ever thank Mont enough for all that he's done for me and the Canyon School District family.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your beautiful words. And I have to end with something that I am really sad that I'm never going to see Mont wearing his shirt that says Pissed and Pister. It was always like, we knew it was out there. We just never knew when it was coming. But now we are going to miss that. I know his kids love to tease him about that too. So, okay, now we're just going to move on the agenda, and we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary right over there at the time of the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes. Those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. So just right now, we are just going to hear from the people that signed up. We are going to have a public hearing later about the lease revenue bonds. And if someone would like to speak at that point, I will ask the audience, and that will be the time for that. Okay, so the first person we have is Jen Archuleta, and then we have Allie Weaver. So if you could just come up and hit, it looks like the green button is already on.
I just missed you so much from, 2 weeks ago when I spoke last. But I am here today to bring up a concern that I have regarding our special class students across the district and allocation for full-time employees within the schools they're housed in. So one thing that I have learned over the last 2 years working in Willow Springs as an ACC teacher and at Sandy Elementary as an ACC teacher, is our student numbers are not included in class sizes when looking at funding allocations for full-time employees, which means students in my class are expected to have opportunities with their general education peers in their general education classes, but they are not given a spot in that classroom. So in both schools that I've had the opportunity to teach in, teachers in these classrooms and booster teachers, lunchroom teachers, general ed teachers, everybody is so excited and eager to have our students participate in their classroom and be a part of their classroom. But we are not providing the space for them to exist in that classroom. We are causing our schools to make really difficult decisions when it comes to looking at funding opportunities for giving extra supports and resources to full-time teachers or other much needed resources. When I feel a really easy accommodation and solution is to make sure we're including our special class students in those class sizes, because in Canyon School District, all students are general ed students first. So we need to make sure all students are counted in those general ed class counts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Allie Weaver.
For some reason, it's really nerve-wracking to be here, but I sing and dance all day with first graders. My name is Allie Weaver. I am a parent and a teacher here in Canyon School District. This is my 15th year in our district and my 12th year at Sandy Elementary. When I became a Sandy Shark, I was excited to be at the school where my mother, my aunts, and all of my uncles attended. Then, a few years later, I got married and found that my husband's family had also all attended Sandy Elementary. So I am a proud Shark and I love my school. However, we have a high turnover rate despite teachers loving our school and our community. Many teachers leave for a less stressful or a less difficult behavioral classrooms. Currently, we have 20% of our teachers that have been there for 10 or more years, 40% with 5 years, leaving more than 50% of our staff that have only been there for 1 to 2 years. We have not had any resource teachers stay for more than 2 to 3 years in my 12 years at Sandy. We have had 4 principals, and after tonight, next year we will have 5 principals, 7 assistant principals, many instructional coaches, numerous school psychologists, social workers, and counselors. We need more behavior assistance, more administration, and to have our special classes included in our FTE consideration. Currently, our SCC is planning to use our school-based funds to supplement 2 FTE for next year's school numbers. At our school since November 1st, we have had just over 100 move-ins with 28 move-outs. That means we've essentially added 3 classrooms of students without additional supports during the school year. This year, we also welcomed 3 ACC classes to our school. They've been an amazing addition, but with that has come challenges that were unanticipated. Since you're looking to possibly move some special classes, I wanted to talk to you about some of the impact that it's had. I want to emphasize that we love having these students at our school and it's been a welcomed and exciting opportunity. We've had a strain on our SEL staff, our general education teachers and administration team. The IEP caseload nearly doubled the IEP meetings that general education teachers are required to attend because in every IEP meeting, a general ed teacher is needed. This put a weight on our administrative team and SEL team. Title I schools are lucky to have extended learning day opportunities for some of our students, but it requires at least one admin to be at our school from 7:15 in the morning, and one that needs to stay until 5:30 each night. Our school day is from 8:15 to 2:55. All students who are in special classes are considered those general ed students first. They're on my class list, they were on my bulletin board, and they have a seat in my classroom. We want them to interact with their peers. We want them to push in according as much as possible. As you consider adding to other schools and maintaining the schools that have these classes, take these things into consideration. Also remember at our more transient schools that's not an October 1st number. We have a lot of move-in and move-outs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to move on to the consent agenda, and I will now ask for a motion to approve that. And will the person making the motion read all of those items?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda. A, approval of minutes for February 20th, 2024. B, approval of hire and termination report. C, approval of purchasing bids. D, approval of student overnight travel. E, approval of administrative appointments, and F, approval of property sale.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now we're going to go on to item 8, new business. And the first item on there is District 1 midterm vacancy process. So I'm just going to go through the process. We wanted to add this in a public meeting so the public is aware of the process. So on March 4th, 2024, we posted on the district website, Parent Square, and Facebook information on how to apply for the position on the school board. And the Canyons District is following state law to find a successor to Canyons Board of Education member Mont Millerberg. Utah law requires CSD to fill the vacancy created by his passing within 45 days of his death. To meet the April 8th deadline to appoint a qualified representative, the Canyons Board of Education is seeking applicants to serve the remainder of Millerberg's 4-year term in District 1. The seat represents Hillcrest High, Midvale, and Union Middle Schools, East Midvale, Midvale, and Mid-Valley Elementary Schools, and Jordan Valley School. The term ends in December 2024. Qualified candidates are invited to apply for the post, and then the deadline to apply is Monday, March 18th at 3 p.m. And there's also more information on the district website. And then, so what will happen is our next meeting, which is March 19th, next Tuesday, that will start at 5 o'clock, and we will be interviewing all the candidates. The board members will score the candidates during the interviews. And then at the end of all the interviews, I will ask each board member to state the name of the candidate they wish to recommend as the new board member to represent District 1. And if one candidate has a simple majority, then I will call for a motion, and then I will call for a vote. So if a simple majority is not reached, or if a tie occurs, then we will ask an additional question of the two, if there's 2 candidates, and then we will vote again. So one thing I wanted to ask the board is, Hopefully, we won't have a lot of ties, but what do you want to do if we keep having ties? Should we just keep discussing? Yes, Mr. Edel.
So I had put some thought into this, as I'm sure a lot of you have. In my opinion, I would like to see us continue to discuss, but maybe if we continue to stall, then maybe give it the option to the president to end the discussion. But this isn't a great option, but I would like to see a tiebreaker come with something simple like a coin toss, but I don't think we'll get there. And I know it was thrown out for the superintendent to break the tie. I think that's problematic for a number of reasons. But most of which is that you shouldn't vote for your boss.
Thank you, Mr. Edel.
But to be honest, I don't think that it would take us many rounds to come to a consensus. But I guess in my opinion, I'd like to have a few more rounds of discussion and then maybe leave it to our president, who we did vote for, to say when enough is enough, if that makes sense.
Okay, any other opinions, board, or do you like that idea? Mrs. Teeny?
Thank you. Yes, I think that's a good idea that perhaps, I think you mentioned that to do at least one tiebreaker round, and then I'm fine leaving it to your discretion if we do a second tiebreaker round and or have a predetermined tiebreaker method or set. I'm pretty sure that is kind of how they do with special elections in the legislature and things like that, if it really truly is a tie. So I guess we should verify that, but I think it would be appropriate.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments?
If we do a coin toss, we could have Dr. Robbins throw the coin.
Okay, let's just say if it's like 11 p.m. and we can't decide, we're gonna flip a coin. But hopefully, board, hopefully you're not gonna put me in that position. I don't think that's gonna happen. I hope not. Maybe we will how about we have 2 rounds? If there's 2 ties, we'll have 2 extra questions. And then after that, we can keep discussing. And if we're really locked at 3-3, then we will flip a coin, I guess. Oh, yeah.
I
Mrs.
feel good
Nyberg.
about everything but the coin toss.
Well,
If I was the people on the other end, I wouldn't want it to go to that. I'd rather have continued questions until there's a clear, stronger candidate or president appointment rather than are we joking
Okay.
about the coin toss? I'm not.
No, we're not joking.
Oh, yeah,
It is an option.
I thought
It
we
is an
were. I'm
option.
not in favor of a coin toss
Okay.
at all.
Okay,
I
well
don't think
then,
it's fair to the candidate.
everyone on the board, just remember that for next week. That we don't want it to get to a coin toss. Okay, thank you for your input, and that is the process. And of course, if you have any questions, you can email communications. And we'll just move forward with that then. Okay, the next item on the agenda is going to be policy. So we will turn the time over to Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel, and there's several policies. I'm not going to read them all, but we're going to go over.
Thank you, President Schill. Tonight, there are 3 policies listed for policy updates. These are current policies, and we're making some adjustments in these employee-related policies. The first is military leave or military stipend. So the first thing to know is in our policy manual, we've only had military leave. And what this revision does is expands the military leave benefit for not only eligible employees that are full-time, but also for our hourly employees. Under the federal statutes, we've always had in our policy manual leave available for those that receive orders from the military under service. What we have not had is a specific benefit eligible workday pay or paid military leave for our employees, and that's what this revision will do. So it allows for both those employees that are full-time or those that are hourly to receive either military leave or military stipend upon orders. that they receive from the military. The policy also has an exception to the 5-year cumulative service limit. So if you have periodic orders over the course of your career, there's a cumulative limit service that you can be allowed and still maintain your position. And we've added an exception for extenuating circumstances that can be approved by HR, the business administrator, and the superintendent. And then we've also added other cumulative exceptions that are in law under the Uniform Service Employment and Reemployments Act into the policy. This one is for first reading. And I can just, if there's any comments about this one before I move on to the other one, because the other two are connected. Again, this is for first reading. We'll bring this back at a later point for action, but if there's any questions or comments, I can answer those.
Are there any questions, board? Okay, it doesn't look like it. You have most of the policy committee up here, so.
So, yeah.
Keep going.
So the other two policies that are listed deal with provisional status employees. One of the weaknesses we've had in our administrative personnel provisional policy is language regarding renewal or non-renewal and reassignment. And so this policy really addresses our career status administrators and the process from moving from provisional to career. We discussed in our policy committee the ability to give credit and some recognition for those administrators that work for the district for a period of time. And once they reach career status and they move into a new position from once they had career status, that will recognize that. So as you can see, there's language that would allow someone that achieved career status in either an assistant principal, or director, the time period they would need to complete in provisional status would be reduced from what it is under state law, which requires 3 years. So we're recognizing our current employees. Also, for those that come from outside the district, we would have a provision for those exceptions for those that would come to Canyons and had not worked with us previously, but they could also have an exception to that 3-year requirement for provisional employees. And then the last component is adding some procedure to non-renewals that would allow the employee that would be non-renewed some additional consultation with their supervisor and some opportunity for remediation prior to receiving the non-renewals. Again, that is for first reading. In tandem with that policy is the termination of employment of administrative personnel. And in this policy, we are adding those non-renewal provisions that were in the previous policy in this one, and in reviewing our termination of administrative personnel, we wanted to update several clarification processes and also some language regarding progressive discipline and edits for both the hearing process and how the Board of Education would review a hearing officer's decision. In terms of reviewing this policy with the provisional and the military leave, all of these, though termination isn't in anyone's interest, the procedures now included are much more fair and outlined and include the non-renewal process that wasn't there previously. There's no questions, they would be brought back at a later point for.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Edo?
I just want to say it's really nice to have a policy, first reading with a bunch of them that are supporting our people. And each one of these are designed to help provide stability and consistency for the amazing people who work for our district. So I just wanted to know how kind of nice that is that all these do that.
Okay, thank you. It looks like there's not any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Christensen. Okay, now we're going to go on to item C, which is update on special program unit placements by Nate Edvilson, Director of Special Education.
Thank you, President Schill, for the opportunity to come and provide some information about some proposed changes that we think are really beneficial I think they really imbue some of the board's tenets of community engagement, public relations, and also fiscal accountability, and I'm pretty excited about it. You'll have to forgive me. This is, Jeff Olson didn't help me. So this is my own rudimentary coloring of the map, but this is kind of how I look at sectors of our district in regards to kind of how we look at our special class placement. So I wanted to be able to kind of show you that. And then I've kind of just enhanced that a little bit. I know it's a little hard to see. I need to make things bigger, but I try to want to give perspective to scale. Up at the right corner just kind of gives you a little sense of the numbers by sector of our EEC population. Of course, those aren't exact addresses, they're approximations. We wouldn't want to disclose any of that, but the dots on the map actually represent students that we have in those programs. And so, and this is our current configuration. We talked a lot about last year about feeder alignment, and I kind of wanted to come back to that and really revisit a variety of our class placements. We tried some things last year in regards to ACC, and I think we've had some good outcomes. With change always comes difficulty, but I think overall it was a Hey, good Nate, value add. explain EEC. Yes. Just so everybody So understands. EEC is our Essential Elements Core class. We actually renamed that we presented that, I think, it all blends together, but I think it was last year to kind of realign that with the state verbiage of Essential Elements. Essential Elements is our students who are off core, still related to general core instruction, but they're working on the alternative assessment. And that's a assessment that goes in lieu of the RISE or Aspire for them to still demonstrate progress and also proficiency. And so they still do get state level assessments just designed for their levels and the things that they are achieving. So you'll see students that have some significant needs, could range from a variety of things, from even nursing services, intense nursing services, to lots and lots of different academic supports, lots of SEL support. So there's just a lot that goes into supporting the students and lots of speech and communication. Thanks for asking that clarification, Dr. Robbins. So that's just an example of where we're at. We have 2 schools right now. As part of the context, we've had a large influx of students that need these specific programs. Traditionally, we've had around 60 for the last 6 or 7 years, but we had a large growth, and so we're pushing and projected to be about 90 by December of the next year, which is substantially large. I think you probably know this year, maybe you've heard some information from our constituents and also from our schools about the difficulty they've had this year. We had, information, and that influx came late enough in the year that it was really difficult for us to make a decision about, especially with shortages, about what to do. So we moved forward with keeping our 2 schools, knowing that we were going to have to expand or look at additional program. While we were doing that, we kind of revisited numbers, and in the sense of trying to, again, benefit our communities, what we are proposing is making a few changes. As you can see, if you go between the 2 slides, the rationale for that is to bring our school options closer to our populations, to reduce bus times, to make it more accessible for parents and students to be in their communities. And I'll get to some of those points in just a minute. That's really what we believe by the data would make a great amount of sense in regards to a lot of benefits for our students. We are looking similarly at a proposed concept for the middle schools, where we do currently have in Union, Draper Park, and Mount Jordan our EEC class placements for middle schools, but we are finding that we're moving students up from that second sector down into the third sector, which of course is not problematic. It's just that we can probably do the job by bringing it again closer to our student populations. And so that makes a lot of great sense for us to do that. That would also, as we talked about feeder alignment, I know that was a big component of some of the things that I was asked to look at in an opportunity to access. So that's what that would look like for our feeder alignment now with the elementary to middle school. And I'll bring all of those alignments in just a second up into high school, but this kind of really punctuates why I think this makes great sense. where Copperview could feed mostly directly into Union. I mean, you always have exceptions when you try to work with students and parents, but Granite could split between a couple of places, and Sprucewood would mostly feed into that Draper Park area. I just want to punctuate again, one of the really important parts of why I think if you look down in sector 5 on that tail end finger down on the left, you'll notice we have students that are being bused from one extremity almost to another. And similarly in that sector 1, it just does create quite a draw on parental ability to interact with our students, to be able to be timely, to be there, to be able to engage in our school community or communities close to their school community, attend IEP meetings, attend parent-teacher conferences, and even volunteer in classrooms, things that I think would be traditionally helpful for parents to be able to engage in. So that is a different way to look at what we're kind of proposing, the current configuration and what we're looking at. I think this will be highly optimal for students and their families. Some benefits, one of the large benefits I think is we will be honoring the idea behind IDEA placements as we're trying to bring students closer to their boundary schools, as close to home school as possible. Even things as simple as community friendships. It is difficult for students in different sectors to be able to have those continued relationships when they have to travel so far to make those opportunities, social events, birthday parties. Those are things that students do get invited to outside, and there's some great social benefits to that. Students are, again, coming much closer to their communities. We've talked about that before with a variety of our communities. Students who would be in Title I boundary schools will receive those additional benefits of Title I supports, which is a large help and support. Parents' access to the schools will be increased. Routing times also, we hope will be helped by this. One of the difficulties in routing times is earlier start times. And so the 3 schools that we're looking at have some of the latest start times that we have. For the elementaries, that'll help reduce hardship on families and also probably give us a little bit easier time routing in regards to high school bus routes, middle school bus routes. So those are some of the benefits. Just really quickly to show you all of our special class alignments. I know it's a little confusing perhaps. It just shows you numbers by level in sectors, elementary, middle, high. And you can see like up in the sector 1 quadrant, Copperview, Union, Hillcrest is quite a great alignment. You will see some students go from Union back to Jordan High School. But it does bring kind of a better alignment, I think, than we've had in the past. We've been served well by the communities, by Willow Canyon community. They're a great community. It's not anything to do with that. It's just to do with the fact that we can have an opportunity to bring students closer to their homes, which is such a great opportunity for students. So that's the EEC. ACC is a slightly different student population and program need. They aren't on the alternative assessment. They continue to access the core curriculum, but they have some different needs that are exhausted in our traditional regular class placement. And so the teams seek these placements to be able to support the students more ideally. And so that's one of the options. It's our larger population in special class. So that was the class placement we worked with last year. And again, I think we have some pretty good alignment there. You can always look more closely. As you can see in sector 1, we have a pretty burgeoning population, and we're still trying to determine the best way to support all of our needs that way. And we'll continue to look at that. And then we have our ABS feeder populations, which we have not fully looked at yet, but it's probably something we'll continue to look at, maybe bring up again an opportunity to access in some of those committees to discuss ideas and get board feedback. ABS is our academic behavior supports program. Our students in those programs tend to have behavioral needs that can sometimes interfere with their own academic progress. And so we provide a high level of support in regards to behavioral modifications and supports with the goal to bring them into as many mainstream opportunities as we can along the way and good amounts. Other questions I can answer? Yes.
Let's start with Mrs. Pedersen.
Overall, I'm pleased to see that we're looking at students and the feeder systems that actually make sense. Because some of those students, I know from my experience at Willow Canyon as a teacher, that they were on the bus for sometimes up to an hour. They were getting on at 7 a.m. and yet they weren't getting to school until 8. And I know for one of the students, it created a lot of behavior issues. I understand there was one that even hit her head so hard against the bus window, she broke it. So it's just difficult for those kinds of students to put up with that kind of traveling. So I appreciate the fact that we're being more humane with our students and that they are getting closer. It's true that they can't interact with their friends. My question is, because I do like this, is that as you're moving these students around, does that change the number of students in the classroom?
So by expanding the program, we were going from this year, eight classes to 9. So we are expanding and we would see roughly, we're looking at about 2 classes in sector 1. We're working on some advanced programming options to help with some of our trickier situations. So we're keeping 4 at Granite and we'd have 3 at Sprucewood. But it would reduce us to closer to 10 students per class versus the 13 we've
Yeah,
had.
because sometimes you've been pushing almost, 15, 20.
Yes,
Which
it's been
is
high. Yes,
way too high for
I would
any
love to see
student,
those
especially with special needs like that.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Yes, thank you for your thoughtful work on this and I think you've got a good idea going here. And of course, always the specifics. So I had 2 questions. I noticed that in the proposal, Albion would have an EEC class. They currently have also an ACC
Correct.
class. So, and that school most every year has to turn away students for permits because of lack of space in the building. And they have 2 portables already. So what are you thinking of for like space where that additional classroom would be?
That's a great question. Speaking with Principal Gardner, he said that he would make sure we figured out how to do that, even if we needed an additional portable.
Okay, because I know the community wasn't happy with those other 2 portables. So
That's a great.
just take that into consideration as you're working through some of those details. And then the other question that kind of came to my mind based on one of the patron comments that we had earlier about the idea of when these kids needing special services come into our schools mid-year and it just kind of creates a situation in classrooms that make it a little bit more difficult than what was originally planned. And I'm just wondering what kind of a buffer flexibility kind of would be in place in those situations where maybe there would be space in one of the other classrooms, but it wouldn't be located where that particular new student is moving into. So kind of I don't know if that makes sense, that question, but if a mid-year student moves in one sector, but the classrooms in that sector are full or overflowing,
So.
but
they
there's
move from
room in
one sector
another
to
one.
another. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and we do have that even now. And we always try to work the most logical and reasonable situation out, usually in conjunction with parents. And sometimes they'll stay where they're at, and we will bus them to their location. And other times we just try to figure out how to best support them with the boundary school as an option. We do really try to work with our community members and our parents to really provide them the best. And sometimes having less in a class is better than being in your boundary school, but we really work with parents on that to make sure we are sensitive to their situations. That helps with that question. I'm happy to try to give more detail on that, but.
Okay, so I am speaking for Mrs. Oaks right now, and it's just a very similar question, which is why I just want to kind of ask her question right now. So she said some schools have contacted her and they're just very concerned about the same thing, like keeping those class sizes small when, mid-year they get all these students. Like what, are you going to have a plan for that?
So we are making some different changes in the way that we look at our resource allocations. We've tried really hard to increase our base allocation within the resources that we have available. We've also looked at a new, what we call a critical needs application process. Traditionally, we've used that to kind of indicate that we have needs related to a student above and beyond that. So schools do have the opportunity, school teams can request additional resources for their students based on that process. And I mean, it's rare that we don't honor those requests because we recognize the data that is going into driving behind those. So for example, we will allocate for a class of 10 in the EEC, a 35-hour paraeducator and a 28. But often students require more than just that. And so they'll have a one-on-one sometimes attached to that, or they'll have 2 or 3 students that need support. So we'll allocate an additional paraeducator or other resources to support them in that, maybe additional related services. So really is student dependent. We try to have a base allocation, and then we really respond and work with our schools on what they're seeing as needs.
How quickly do you respond to that? Because I know sometimes that process is months.
How quickly to respond?
Uh-huh.
I think we've significantly improved our response rate in the last 2 years. Yeah, since I've been director. The average response, sometimes it's 20 minutes, sometimes it's a couple hours. It just depends on what they need.
If a new student moves in and they need additional support, you're going to have someone there in 20 minutes?
A person, like, well, no, we allocate the resources. We don't have people on
Well, I
staff.
know you can allocate it, but I'm
Yes.
just saying that sometimes the request is made and it takes months before anything.
Before they hire
actually
somebody?
happens.
Yeah.
I know that.
So we changed our policy on subs to allow for school before I became the director, we didn't allow for subs for part-time and full-time positions so that we can help staff. It's not the best solution, but it's better than.
No, it's better
hands
than
at all.
nothing.
But then in addition to that, we do allocate resources rather quickly. It does take time to hire from time to time. We don't have a
Don't have
robust amount of staff around to be able to fill those positions. We do have 5 district level paras to spread throughout 49 schools. So we don't have the ability to do that to the degree that we'd love to, but
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
So I'm really concerned about the move into cop review. And I've heard from a number of people, and I heard from cop review's principal who says that they're ready to support. But the reality is all of our principals say that they're ready to support anything that's thrown at them. And that they're always happy to be team players and to do what's necessary. But as we've seen with Sandy Elementary over the last year, with the addition of the special education classes into that school, it's become clear to me that when you take these classrooms out of a non-impacted school and you move them into the highly impacted schools to, while saying they have so many resources, they don't have so many resources. They don't have any resources. In fact, they have fewer resources than all of our other schools. And the reason for that is because all of their resources are going to their students, which have very high needs. And so it's a huge concern of mine because at Sandy, for example, the alarm was raised pretty early on. I passed up the alarm, and we still have no resolution. Like that school is stretched to the brink. And I get that the principals will say, we're doing great and we love these students, and they do. And we have the most amazing principals in the whole state. But they're going to break and the teachers are going to break because when you take the same resources out of a non-impacted school and you move it into a school that's barely surviving, then it can't survive. And it's really tough. So what's being done with your plan to ensure that cop review isn't Sandy Elementary?
Well, I think that there's some information that may be coming that will help that. In regards to the special ed allocation and what we do to support our schools, again, we provide the resources that students need. If they need more resources, I know we've allocated quite a few for Granite, for Willow Canyon, for Sandy. We've allocated quite a few additional positions. Anytime that the principal or special class teachers reach out for support, we've provided additional allocations and support. That's what we're committed to do. And so that's what I can speak to.
Okay, so that's a non-answer. So my concerns persist about the impact to Copperview, and I would love to see or hear what's going to be done to mitigate the impact on Copperview. And I would love to bring up Sandy again, but this isn't the time or place. But again, it's what I've seen from that makes me really concerned, especially as Copperview is one of our CSI schools. And while I understand that the scores of the students won't hurt Copperview, I was in Copperview last year and I was in Copperview this year, and they're totally different schools.
Yeah.
And I would hate for all of the resources that have been allocated to turn that school around to be used as an excuse as to why we're going to move these here into our highly impacted school and potentially degrade some of the progress we've made, because it's not just about test scores at Copperview, right? It's about the safety of the school. It's about the culture of the school. And they've really done magic over the last year. And I really want to make sure that they continue to be able to wave that magic wand that Colleen and her staff has to continue their fantastic progress.
Okay, I think the superintendent wanted to address this.
So just a couple of things, and I share your concerns, Andrew. I think, the charge I gave to the team and Nate to think about is really to examine their why, right? Like why would we consider this? And the thing that I think there's two things to this question. One is holding to, I don't know if it's a promise or if it's a commitment, but students being in their neighborhood schools as much as possible, right? So most of the numbers that you look at, trying to align as best that we can. It's not perfect. There's no way around that. But that's kind of where we started. Secondly to that, and I think this is a bigger question for us as a district, is making an investment in these students. There's no way around the issue that it requires more personnel. It requires more training. It requires more staff development. And I think that question is in front of us. As a district, I think we're at about 15% prevalence now. Is that right, Nate? We're at 13.8. So, we're above what we're funded from the feds. So we're already supplementing our SPED programs. And this goes kind of hand in hand with the issue that we're seeing with increased in newcomer students and ML students, as we heard in access and opportunity. Last year, we were about 300 plus newcomer students. We're well over 800 now, and so I think thinking about how we really wrap our heads around all of this is going to require more resources. It just is. I think there is no easy answer to your point, and I appreciate the guidance that we gave them to look at what are the parameters to best find the answer to providing services to our students. I've said this over and over, we, at the end of the day, as a district, we really are defined by the level of service we provide to our most vulnerable kids, I think. And so I would just throw that out there as we're discussing coming up in the budget season about what that might look like, because I'm with you. I think the things that have happened at Copperview have been amazing, and we all are invested in that and want to keep that rolling, and try at the same time to balance this question with making sure that our students really have access to their neighborhood schools. They have access to a least restrictive environment the best that we can, while keeping all students safe and all keeping order in our schools. There's a lot of balance to that is, I guess, my point. So just a few thoughts.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thanks. Okay, couple of questions going to your slides. First off, currently we have Willow Canyon and Granite. We have 2 elementary schools. We're going from 2 to 3. But, and you have in the slides up above the numbers by sectors. But why the adjustment to spread the kids to 3 schools instead of 2? Is this due to the increase that we've had in the few years? Because what I would really like to see is I would like to see how those numbers are changing, both how they get diagrammed to elementary and to middle. Like what's the impact on those schools? Because I can't tell.
In regards to numbers?
Yeah, I can't tell by these slides. I see proposed sectors, but then when we go down to the like kind of the trees of where they go. So, you know, right now we have, and this first one, this is just for ECC. It's not ACC, correct?
It's just EEC, yes.
Yes. So the EEC, currently we have them at Union Middle, Mount Jordan and Draper Park. And your suggestion is Union, Albion and Draper Park. Is it the same number of kids to Union and Draper Park? And, or what, you know, what are we doing here with these?
So we had a bubble a couple of years ago, and so we increased to 4 classes in the middle school due to need, and now we are reducing.
Okay.
So we only need 3 class placements. It's just kind of the way the numbers worked out.
And
It's
how
about
many
10
kids per class?
10 per class for middle school.
10 per class. So currently we had 4 10-student classes at Mount Jordan, Union and Draper Park.
Roughly
So about 40. And now
for next year,
for next year, you're saying 3.
30 for middle schools.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what about the elementary schools? So currently they're at Willow Canyon and Granite. How many kids are at each of those elementary schools?
We have 37, or not, sorry, 73. Got that.
73 total or 73 between the 2 schools?
Correct.
Okay. And for next year with the 3 schools, what are we looking at?
We're looking at 86 to start next year roughly. We still have preschool decisions that happen that we
Okay.
don't know yet in regards to the teams making placement decisions. That's always part of the difficulty of the early years to understand until those teams make those decisions. We'll have a little bit of fluctuation. That's why we're thinking between
Okay, so
80
we're-
and 90.
Okay, so we're spreading it out though, because we're increasing by 13 students, but we're going to 3 elementary schools instead of 2.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, because I'm just thinking about what type of drains will happen on with resources, especially like school nurses, right? Some of these kids require such care from school nurses, and do those nurses or do those elementary schools, the ones that are proposed? Lots of times nurses split time between 2 elementary schools. Do they have full-time nursing staff?
Yeah, we'll
Or-
have to look at that with Dr. McGill in regards to what increases we need to consider. We do also do contractual nursing depending on our needs, and so we have those contracts available as well. And so it's dependent on student need as we find out about them, we allocate those resources.
Okay, I think it would be really good when you bring it back for us to see the numbers and see what type, because I totally agree with Andrew, and I know I've talked to Dr. McGill about this too, and the real concern is, do we have the resources available? And I think we need to look at what that would take and what's the cost associated with it as well. The other thing is, that's hard is moving down. I mean, you know, Sprucewood to Draper Park. I mean, that's not a regular feeder pattern, which I know that they aren't necessarily all regular feeder patterns, but something I've raised. And we have a little information on the ACC feeder alignment, but not enough to what I would like. Currently, we have ACC classes in all 5 of our high schools.
Correct.
And 4 of the high schools, all the kids have some of those lower level schools that feed into that high school from elementary, except for Corner Canyon.
Well,
Okay.
in regards to middle schools,
Not-
correct. In regards to elementary right now, Willow Springs still does feed into.
But is it the plan for Willow Springs to continue for next year? Because that was, you know how we did that for a 1-year thing, so,
For next year, we're continuing it one more year, yes.
okay?
And again, we don't have I mean, if we're gonna do a K-5 with 3 classes, which is what we've been trying to do, we don't have 30 students that would congregate to that school in the ACC. Is that the population you're asking about, the ACC?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't have that population size down in that area. That's always been one of our tricks. It's been difficult. So,
Mm-hmm. So right now, when you look at the ACC with the middles, you have in sector 1, you have 61. Do they all go to Midvale Middle? All 61 of them
For the elementary, let me go back to that.
for the middle?
So in regards to ACC,
Mhm.
no, we don't have we have two class placements in Bell. With the considered move from Mount Jordan to Albion, we would have 2 class placements everywhere except Draper Park, which would only have 1. So I'm trying
Okay,
to even that out. Mount Jordan had 3, they're an impacted school, so we are trying to make some improvements there, to your point. So,
okay, so can you go through the ACC feeder alignment and explain what we're doing with the middle schools in each of the sectors and classes?
So, yeah, I might need to provide you a little bit more. I mean, we had this in a different presentation. I could bring that back and send it to you. But basically, right now, we have 7 out of 8 middle schools that have an ACC or will have an ACC for next year. And so mostly they're going to feed into their middle schools, with the exception of Draper Park, again, because we don't have a large enough population to justify an additional special class there at this time.
Yeah, when we talk, this is something that I'd asked to be as part of the presentation, because when we're looking at access and opportunity, I know that with the numbers, right, that we have those spread to different areas, and I'd just be interested to really look at where those kids are funneled to the middle schools.
Right now, we have three students that would technically be Draper Park boundary level students that would
Mhm.
qualify for the program for ACC for
Mhm.
next year.
Mhm. And I know we have some students that try to reclassify to ECC so they can go to Draper Park. Like that's been kind of a pattern in the past a little bit. So,
I mean, if they reclassify or if they
Try
look at
to.
if they look at a program change, it's based on, like EEC is based on essential elements, so they'd have to have very specific criteria to match. or to meet
Yeah.
that.
yeah, I just, I know of some families that parent led and directed. They've done that to try to keep their kids with their feeder patterns and with siblings. So I'd be interested in looking at that as well.
I'd be happy to discuss any of that information about how those decisions are made and what data is required to qualify for those programs. I would love to do that. I've got some great program characteristics that I'm working on that you can look at all of those, including assessment profiles. That I would have to discuss.
Okay. I would love to see, again, just that information I asked for next time. With the
We're
EC.
not planning to bring it back unless
Oh, we're
the
not.
board wants to, because this is an administrative decision. They are just updating us. But if the board wants them to bring it back, or we could have him email that.
I'm happy to come
Whatever
to
the
any
board.
meeting you need to come to discuss what information would help you.
I think since we're proposing changes, but we don't have all the information, like we don't know where we're getting the resources, if some of the schools currently have nurses that are there all day or.
Well, we're really not allowed to not provide the resources as part of our IDA
Yeah,
mandate.
that's a
So
detail
it
to
really
be
just
worked
comes
out.
from me meeting with Leon and Rick and talking about the needs that we have and us being obligated to provide them. So if a student needs one-to-one nursing, we have to provide that. We don't really have the option. So that's why we have contractuals, because sometimes we don't have the staff readily hired, but sometimes we look at that. So it just depends on student needs, and that's what we have to fulfill as our mandate for IDEA. That's 504 is very similar, like we're required to fulfill the FAPE obligations as a student. And so
whether we want to or not, or we have the resources, we really have to figure out how to make that work. So that's part of our federal mandate is kind of part of the obligation.
For sure, but we're not federally mandated where we move them in the schools. So we're, I think Mr. Edel and I have both talked about our concerns if the schools are equipped to handle the move and what the cost, if there's cost associated, right? But
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen has a question.
You have done phenomenal work, so don't be discouraged.
Thank you.
We're just trying to really understand
Get it.
what the changes will involve. And I have two questions. One question is that quite a number of years ago, we've had ECCs at Willow Canyon forever, and we
15
have loved
years.
them.
Yeah.
15 years. Thank you. That's forever. And
It is. It's a long time.
and it's been very positive until we had too many of them. So one of the suggestions by one of the teachers there is there a way that we could do a more gradual shift? Because if we take everything out of Willow Canyon, and I don't know if I'm speaking for them, but if I take everything out of Willow Canyon, we have equipment that has been installed, special bathroom facilities, student lifts. We have a lot of the physical capability and have been able to use that very efficiently, and now it won't be used at all. Could it be, we're just saying, I'm for group 4. Could you split that in half so that some of the new schools would still get that opportunity? I call it an opportunity because they're great kids. They really are. But could we go back to a smaller amount? Where's my ECCs? That's not elementary, that's high school. Where we would put, I'm just asking.
No,
You don't
it's a
ask, you
fair-
don't know.
It's a fair question.
That we would take maybe some of the students that are closer to us. So Sprucewood didn't get quite so many, and Granite didn't get quite so many, that you would have 3 schools rather than the 2 in our area. And that would guarantee it would drop the class sizes way down. You already have the staffs, at least at Willow Canyon, you already have a staff for each of those classrooms. So you wouldn't be losing anything. And I know that there's a lot of the teachers and aides that have been with these students forever, and they're very concerned about having to make changes. Everybody hates change. So I understand that. And I just want to see what would be the best for the kids. We could guarantee we could keep class sizes down if we maybe kept 1. The problem I know you have is these cute little dots, these little circles, don't say their ages. So you don't know if these are upper elementary students or lower elementary students, and those are 2 different classes. They don't it's not a one-room schoolhouse where everybody's there, K through whatever. The difficulty that we saw is that we had 2 kindergarten classes move in with the 2 ECCs that we already had for lower grade and upper grade. The lower grade and upper grade we've had for 15 years. It's worked beautifully, but when kindergarten came in with all the needs, that used to be serviced by DK, they weren't prepared.
Yeah.
They were not prepared, and there was not staffs provided. And it's killed the ability for the principal to meet the needs of the regular ed students. The regular ed students sacrificed because they were outnumbered in IEPs, not by number of students, but by their demands. So it was not a fair placement. So when they have concerns about these other schools, I understand that. But I wondered if instead of keeping it a small number, are we looking at facilities that already have, or are we ignoring the fact that we have the physical expenses already covered? There's no cost.
Yeah.
There's no cost other than busing to get those students
I don't
there.
particularly have any problem looking at different configurations. I guess ultimately what I am trying to accomplish is getting students closer to their home.
And I agree with that.
And I think that for me, that outweighs a few things in regards to how we serve the patrons and the students of our district. I think
Yeah.
the reality is it's a hard pill to swallow. It's a small population, very small,
Yeah.
less than 1%. And I know for the board that matters. I know you guys really care about even the smallest stuff. And the reality is if I'm over here and I'm an impacted family and I can't get to my student's school, that means something.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we're trying to advocate for is how do we get these students, families able to be
closer to their students so they can have that impact. To the same point, the bus rides are long for these students and it's.
I agree. We should focus first on
Some
children
of the families.
and then
cannot
secondly on the
get
cost.
To, granted, we cannot get to Willow Canyon to see their students. They can't do it.
No.
And so I really understand the impact on Copperview. It's not like I want to do that. I want to serve the students. My job, what I've been appointed to do is to safeguard the students, and that's what I'm trying to do in this particular instance. I didn't know you are too, and I appreciate the conversation. They're great points. I'm happy to go back and have a conversation about splitting. It doesn't hurt to split. I think the only issue I'd have to ask your thoughts on is regarding what we've tried to do. We talked about doing a K-5. And with the population sizes, the more you shrink to one, the larger that span is. I know you understand that. And it is hard to meet those needs from a K to a 5. A 5th grade student in EEC is different than a kindergarten student, as you pointed out. Their needs are substantially different and the safety is different. And so I think it just helps us to provide those opportunities to keep.
No, I'm not demanding that by any means.
No,
I
no,
just,
I'm
it was
just
just a thought.
Responding to your.
Would that help at all? And I ultimately want to do what's very, very, very best for the students and their families.
Yeah.
They're number one.
I feel supremely confident with the plan we have that it's going to work. It's going to help us reduce the populations. We're already adding more and we are changes hard. I know it is. We've spent a little bit of time with Willow Canyon staff yesterday. And we shared some tears together and different things. And I think they understand what we're trying to accomplish too. It was great to see their support. The reality is I think it really benefits the students and their families. That's where I'm selling it on it with that. So.
Okay, thank you, Nate. Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you so much. I just want you to know that I have confidence in the process and what your intent is and your ability to problem solve, because there's no easy solution for any of this. And I really appreciate it. And what comes to mind too is the Jordan Valley chameleon, right? And just kind of that whole concept of we need to be able to adapt and be flexible to a certain degree. And I know there's been some concerns and questions raised about resources, what resources will be available. And I would just say to my fellow board members that in a very real way, that question needs to be answered by us.
Okay, I just want to talk for a minute, finally. And then I'll let you. So I am really supportive of this because I just remember, I mean, Holly, you're the one who said like multiple times in meetings how it's really important for those kids to be in their neighborhood school and with their friends. And I really do appreciate all the work that's gone in. I mean, I do understand concerns about resources and just making sure that schools aren't strained. But I really do think that you guys are trying to do what's best for students, and I totally support that. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents on it. And then Mrs. Nybar wants to say something else.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill. You're absolutely right. I do want to get the kids back to their neighborhood schools. I'll be honest, my personal frustration with this plan is that in my area, we have 12 elementary kids and 6 middle in the ACC that we aren't making any adjustments for to go to Draper Park. That totals 18 kids. The ECC is 14 kids. And so there's even more kids that we could get to in their feeder pattern that are in the ACC. And so when we're looking at shuffling kids around, I don't like Mrs. Pedersen said, I don't know the ages of these 12 elementary school kids, but you know, I do hear from these families all the time. And Corner Canyon is the only high school that currently doesn't have a feeder pattern for ACC kids. And so when I have come in separate meetings to talk about that, what I've been given is the cost and, you know, the accommodations and the resources. So if we're able to do that for the ECC to make these changes, I would really like us to consider to do that for the ACC, because currently we have a big inequality That is a compromised group of student population that does not have a feeder pattern to Corner Canyon and have not. And it's the only one. Every other high school that does have that. Every other ACC child in our district is able to go to the middle school that goes to their high school with their siblings, with their friends and neighbors. And so when you're saying it doesn't matter the numbers, and when we're saying as a board, you know, we need to support this, well, I want to support it. I want to make sure it goes supported. I do know the last time we moved a classroom, I heard about it. It was in Sandy that we weren't quite set up to do so, and they had some growing pains and things. And so, you know, my questions for that are more about making sure we're prepared, but I just really would like us to really think about that and consider. I don't know all the ages, but I do know that we also have people in my area that transfer out and go to charter schools because we don't have a neighborhood option for them. So
I'm happy to provide the ages on those and grade levels.
Okay, so I do think there's board members that want more information. Mrs. Nybar asked for just more detail on the feeder pattern. So I don't know if you, I mean, you said you maybe had another presentation.
I do.
That you could maybe send to the board.
Absolutely.
And then, I mean, I don't know, if Mrs. Nybar wants that feeder thing to Corner Canyon, maybe we should have you bring back like the cost on that, because it would need to be a board decision if we're gonna spend money on something that we don't have the students to
Be
support.
about $280,000
280. Okay,
annually. Yeah, thank you. Annually, if we're going to maintain it.
okay.
I
Dr.
think those are two different
those two
decisions,
are-
right?
those
Two
are
different,
definitely
they're
two
two
different
different
decisions.
proposals and plans and
Yeah,
things, yeah.
yeah.
So just seeking clarification, President, I mean, we need to know that we're talking about next year registration, getting this out to parents. If the board wants us to bring this back to make changes, then that needs to be known. Otherwise, this is what we're going forward with.
Okay, so board, I mean, does anyone,
Can I clarify?
do a
one?
majority of people disagree with this plan, or are we fine moving forward? Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Just ACC, I get a different group. We're just hoping to get the EEC settled if we can. And I'm happy to
Okay.
come back and rediscuss ACC with information.
Okay, so you're mostly wanting to move forward with the EEC.
We
plan.
aren't planning any other changes with any other group this year. It's just this group.
Okay.
And
so-
again, because we're trying to respond to the burgeoning population size with expanded programming.
So can we just know the numbers, like with the new proposed situation, it's a little less on the middle schools, or no, it's the same amount?
They're
'Cause we don't have the
shrinking-
numbers.
They're shrinking out of, no, I have the numbers. They're shrinking because of, so just the waning and waxing of populations and enrollment, they're shrinking for the next couple of years, and then we're gonna expand again.
Okay, so-
Likely because we'll get if the population continues to grow from the elementaries, it's large now, it said 73, probably 86 next year. There are various grades. I'm happy to provide that information. We will see a bubble again, likely, in about 4 years.
Okay.
And then we'll have to kind of come back and be a little agile about what we want to do. That,
So directly, my question is, the kids that are going from Sprucewood now to Draper Park, are there going to be more students enrolled in the ECC at Draper Park coming from Sprucewood than in the past that would preclude us from being able to accommodate for the 12 elementary school kids that are in ACC that will be in middle school, the future for Draper Park?
so
it could
those
be like
12
sector
are
3.
spread throughout different grade levels. So we're talking 3 possibly next year. They would be 6th grade
Right, there's more
students.
coming, right?
And
So,
so then the next few years, there'll be another 3, another 2. So.
so
they're
the
spread
amount
throughout.
in the proposed is not, it's not significantly different than what it is currently for the ECC.
No, it's 30 for next year for the middle schools. And it's gonna be 86, 83, 86 for the elementaries across all the different programs. So it'll be bigger than it's been the last decade by about 25 students for the next few years. In elementary,
In elementary, but then won't that happen in the middle school as well?
Well, yeah, eventually we'll have more students in the middle school.
That'll
About 4 years
trickle.
from now, we'll start to see that continue to increase. It's a little different because you have a smaller span of grades. You've got K through 5 in elementary, so you've got 6 grade levels versus 3. So that mitigates quite a bit of the size as you
Okay.
go up. And then in the high schools, they'll be a little bit bigger. In high school, we tend to be a lot more independent at that point with those populations. We have our peer tutoring programs are quite robust. I mean, there's a lot of things that are supportive in the high schools, and we have 5 high schools that serve our EDC populations. So it does kind of balance out. Elementary does get quite a bit in because again, they're containing K through 5. So it's a lot more students in the grade levels versus the other levels.
Okay, so board, are we okay with them moving forward? You want to say that?
No.
Okay, we have 1 no, but we're not really voting. The rest of the people nodded yes, so. And we do have a majority that say you can move forward with that. And then I think, Mrs. Nybar, you should maybe just reach out and get, if you still want more clarification.
I'll do better. I'll just send you the information. Is that okay?
Can I make a final comment?
Yes, sure.
So is it possible for us then, as superintendent mentioned, like it's the board's responsibility to make sure we have the resources to support our schools? Can we make sure that that's a discussion before it's too late? To make sure that we do have the adequate resources to support our schools, because it's not just the student, not just the special classroom students that are impacted by this. It's our teachers, it's our administrators, and it's then the other students as well. And so that's my concern. I don't want to take care of the students, right? Because I do, just like the schools do. But would it be possible for us to make sure that we're going to have a discussion on what it would take to take care of them?
Can you, Nate, would that be appropriate to come back with, here's additional, some of the things that we've talked about, additional resources? I mean, one thing to remember too, that's still on the table is the administrative support, right? And we wanted to have this discussion first and then, but there will be a first wave of additional administrative support in many of these schools. I don't think in this year we can get all of our schools in the district. It'd be great to do that. Remember, Leon, we put a fiscal tag on that. If we were to put an additional AP in every elementary, we're in the neighborhood of 3 million. So, in conjunction with our departments here at the district, we're going to be able to at least get a solid number out in support. So that's one step. But yeah, Andrew, I think to your point, what I would recommend, we come back. This is the plan. We come back with additional, needs, and let's highlight those. This is what it's going to take to really support this. I mean, just my take on listening to and working with other teachers, principals in the district, I think really thinking different about SPED, especially in the way that we compensate, the way we train, aid support, time to do IEPs. I mean, how many times have we heard teachers talk about those demands are growing and growing and growing? And so I think rethinking about what that might look like going forward. And I think this year, previous years, we've really struggled with retention, as pointed out with our SPED teachers that we heard earlier. But I think this year, our retention rate is much better with SPED. It's getting better. Yeah, we're doing a lot better. We have upwards of 50 candidates, all licensed, that we have applying. I think we made a substantial change. That was compared to 5 or 6 last year. So I think we've really made some differences in the way that our professionals feel to me,
supported.
with that, I think the iron is kind of hot. If there's an opportunity to really take a look at that, to your point, Andrew, I think we should. So
With that path forward, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I would say
Moving forward.
I think the board is supportive of adding more resources, but we do need to know what you guys need so that we can put that in the budget. So that is part of the
once we can move forward, that's where our class lists go. We have to then start calling and talking to everybody about what that looks like, so we can tell you which students would end up where they're at. And I mean, we do like to try our best to, as an example, we have some students at Granite that are fourth and fifth graders next year, and it's hard to shift. You've been in a school pattern for a long time. We certainly will give that as an option, but we would be happy for them to consider to stay there. I mean, we want to really make this as an easiest transition for our patrons as possible. And just one last comment too, and Nate, this is also directed at school performance. I think kind of going back to Andrew's point earlier, our principals, I mean, they really are warriors for kids, and they're going to step up no matter what any of us ask. They're going to say, yeah, hey, we're going to make it happen. It's going to be amazing, and it will. But I think between you and school performance, a real deep dive with the teachers, the staff at these impacted schools that we're making these changes. I mean, a real thorough, honest discussion with their teams, their staff, their principals, their teachers, their aides about, like, you know, let's really get at, we have an opportunity here. Everyone's listening. I mean, this is a real pivotal point in the district's history in supporting our special ed students. What is it that we need? We need to come to the table with a real honest look at this, and whatever, you know, wherever the chips fall from that, then the board can have an honest, you know, assessment of what the needs are. Okay. And then we'll go from there. But I think that's got to be a discussion that your team, school performance, has, you know, with those schools and those teams that are going to be impacted the most. We're happy to do that work. Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Nate. We really appreciate it. Okay, now we're going to go on to item D, kindergarten early out proposal for first week of 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, Director of Instructional Support.
Good evening, board. Hopefully this will be short and sweet. I'm here to bring together a proposal for some adjustments for the upcoming school year calendar specific for kindergarten. If you recall, in November, when you approved the future calendars, we learned at that time that USB had amended some specific rules that impacted our kindergarten students. Two specifically. One, the elimination of KEEP as a requirement for the entry and exit exam for kindergarten students. And then two, the language that allowed school districts to provide later start and an earlier out of the school year, I should say, not the day, for kindergarten students to be able to participate in that administered assessment. So with that language gone, our new calendars have our kindergarten students starting at the same time as all of their first through 12th grade peers. And what we are proposing, after gathering feedback from our principals and them talking with their kindergarten teachers, is that we amend our current school calendar and have kindergarten students begin the first week of school in half days. So they would attend that first week of school only half days and on a half day schedule, and then they would resume their regular schedule that second week of school. So this would allow time for the kindergarten teachers to have some individual appointments with families in the afternoon, and also provide a smooth transition for those kindergarten students in their first experience into our school system for many of them. Any questions?
Okay, any questions? I think our board already talked about this.
It was actually your idea that we took and ran with and gathered feedback, and so we're just bringing it back formally.
Okay, well, I think it's great. This can be a first reading. Mrs. Tingey?
Yes, thank you for responding and coming up with this proposal. And I was just going to suggest, yeah, that this could be considered a first reading, and perhaps it could come back as
Even
on
on
consent, because the actual calendar itself is board approved and would need to be modified.
Perfect. That would be amazingly helpful for our schools, so they'd have this in time for kindergarten orientation.
Yeah, we can bring it back to our next meeting. Well, March 26th. Okay, Mrs. Nyvar?
Thank you for running with it. Actually, this proposal I heard from a kindergarten teacher at Willow Springs, Morgan Hansen. So that had brought this up. So, you know, listening to teachers gets you somewhere. I think this is a great idea. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Amber. Okay, so the next item is the strategic plan focus group, but I think we're gonna postpone that if Dr. McGill is okay with that. He's gonna present on something else at our next meeting on Thrive Time, so considering the time, I think we're gonna go with that if that's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're on to item F then. 2024-2025 fee schedule, third reading, action requested. Daniel Davis, Director of Accounting.
Good evening, board members. Glad to be with you tonight. Like you mentioned, this is our third reading of the school fees. Just before I dive into this, just a big thanks to everybody that helped with the preparation of this, from our principals to our secretaries to community, and Tom Sherwood and Leon. It's been a big project putting this all together. As you all know, we've talked about a bill that was in the legislature. It did end up passing. A lot's changed since it was first introduced and even since I last presented on it. But basically, as we understand it now, they've appropriated about $35.5 million to all LEAs to be split up over 3 years, from not this next year, but the year after and the 2 years after that. And I'm estimating we'll probably get about $500,000 per year from that. So what does the bill do? Basically, in not this coming year, but the next year, they've eliminated the possibility for registration fees, so general fees, what we sometimes call activity fees. That's going to have a bit of an impact on us because we usually collect about $1 million a year from our secondary schools. So, we'll be getting about half of that back for those 3 years, and then after that, so far nothing. So we'll have to see how that plays out. USBE will likely amend their administrative rule here in the coming months. So we'll get some more clarifications on some items about the bill. But I think the whole purpose behind this bill is just to help students be able to graduate without having to pay fees, is kind of how I look at it. And so they want to get rid of the general fees. They have some other items. We've seen some of this list before, but they've updated it a little bit, saying that if you're in a non-elective core class type of class, then these are the only type of fees you can charge for instructional equipment and supplies, AP exams, IB exams, driver's ed, music instrument rentals, and a couple other things. And then as far as we understand it, we'll still be able to charge curricular and non-curricular for elective type classes. Something else the bill does eliminates the requirement that fundraising is defined as a fee. So we can still fundraise, but it's no longer part of a fee. It defines a couple things here, and then as far as instructional equipment and supplies, and then it does still allow, of course, for extracurricular activities, same as we've always done. Okay, so like I said, USB will likely come out with some clarifying language in their rule, and we'll look to that to update our policy in the future. I've updated the numbers a little bit for this last month, but basically, as far as where we are on fee collections compared to the prior 2 years, basically on track compared to last year. Our fee waivers are up a little bit. So if a student, you all know that if a student is fee waived, that the district essentially covers that student so they can participate as normal. As far as what we're proposing in this with these fee schedules is to keep the aggregate high school level at 5,000, keep the middle school at 500. I did a quick check before the a couple days ago, we have had one student at a high school that's over the 5,000, and our procedure is to refund that at the end of the school year once they participated in all the activities, so we can make it equal for all the activities to get the right amounts. And then the rest of the slides are the same ones as we showed before. Just note here that we're not proposing any changes to middle school or elementary master fee schedules. I'll go over these quickly since we've gone over them before, but a couple curricular fees here are lagoon trip that goes up every year, pretty much. Another $10 increase there. We have our proposed $500 in-state CTSO travel to give them the opportunity to travel in-state. And then for our extracurricular fees at the high school, a $40 increase for all meals across all athletic and extracurricular activities. Equalizing our camp and clinic fee to allow camps and clinics to be able to do the same opportunities across activities. Similar for some of these choir and performing groups to equalize that participation at 65. We got requests for that. And then with the cheer, drill, and dance, we're proposing to make that $400, which some of that will offset the camp and clinic for the cheer that was at 500 and it's now going down to 400. And then senior dances, a $10 increase for mostly due to the senior dinner dance. And then a few other increases for entry fees and cross country and track, golf. We got a lot of requests for green fees and participation fees as some of those things have increased. And then girls golf, we're matching what the boys golf is. A lot of this is cleanup to make sure that boys and girls are getting the opportunity to be charged the same amount or participate in the same activities or get the same opportunities there. And then soccer and volleyball participation increases there, as we talked about previously about referee increases, and then another item on the girls lacrosse to match the boys. And then a few other cleanup items here, clarifying that AP art history travel to put that for all AP classes, not just art. And then CTE, we're actually removing that because it's covered in another section of the fee schedule. Adding the fact that participation fees cover substitute costs where necessary when teachers are out participating in the activity during the school day. And then for this coming year with the registration fee, clarifying what the intended use of that registration fee is, just making it a little bit more broad and conforming with how we're currently doing it. And then CTE, there's a list here of some of their changes, moderate changes. Note the cosmetology, they're adding a nail aesthetic curriculum. And then you can see the rest of those changes there. The master fee schedules, they're linked here, as well as the individual schedules have the links here as well. So we sent out 2 survey requests after the last 2 meetings. We've gotten a few comments since our last board meeting. We got about 3 comments, so not a lot, but we had some good feedback on some of them positive, some of them informational. So it was pretty good feedback. And then that's what I have for the presentation with the possible motion here. So happy to take questions.
Okay, board, Mr. Edel? Question or comment?
Yeah, so I started digging into the numbers a bit better. And first I want to comment, and this is on us as a district for our lack of transparency in these fees increases. Because it took quite a bit of time to be able to compare last year's fees to this year's fees. So I don't know if that's something that we can adjust next year so that we can put some additional transparency into that. Some of the fees I'm fine with, but the increases in our athletic fees, and some of them are pretty outrageous. For example, girls golf is a $640 increase for the max fee for the entire sport, which I feel on my slides too was not transparent. In fact, I did the math on our slides and it didn't come out to $640. And when you take out the travel, that's a 60% increase for our girls golf. Our Alliance dance, again, when you take out the travel, has a $380 difference, and it's a 77% increase in our cost for Alliance dance. Dance 3, which has no travel, has a 66% increase. Dance Academy, 72% increase. We have a number of these that have $240 increases, $380 increases, $290, $305 increases on several of these. And again, when you take out the travel, you're looking at a 40% increase for track. Swimming, 43% increase. Soccer, for boys and girls, a 39% increase.
So if I may comment, so with the girls golf, $250 of that is adding the equipment bags that wasn't on there. So these are changes to the master fee schedule. And this gives the schools the opportunity to charge these. Most of them are not going to charge up to the master fee schedule.
So we're allocating the master, right? That's what we're doing tonight, which means that's what they can do up to. So I'm a pretty solid, middle-class parent. I live west of 7th in Sandy. And one of these is difficult. I'm lucky enough to have 4 children, and 3 of them will be in high school at the same time. And a $640 increase is incredible. It gives me absolutely no comfort in any way for you to say, well, these are the max fees. No kidding, they're the max fees. That's what we're approving here. So if you're to say, well, most of the time it'll be less, okay, then let's approve less.
So the other thing that goes into these increases is the camps and clinics. Those are where most of the dollars on the master are coming from. We're trying to equalize it. The Alliance dance that you talked about was previously $60. That would, if we're equalizing it, goes up to $400. So we haven't had any of the schools request the Alliance dance to go up then more than the $60. So it's kind of a balance we have to have here, because we're trying to give equal opportunity on these fees to let the schools be able to do some of these camps and have a standardization. And when you look at it and you say, oh, it goes up this much, it possibly could. You're right about that. But we also have to try to be as standard as we can. And a lot of this is cleaning this up, standardizing boys and girls, and these camps and clinics trying to standardize that as well.
Yeah, so it's pretty incredible changes, and I could understand doing it slowly over a period of time, but for a 77% increase over 1 year, I can't in good faith support that. And
so
after digging into the numbers, also quite frankly, I'm disappointed at our listing of the fees on the presentation. Because I feel like they kind of covered up the true cost on some of these.
I will tell you that, I've looked at other districts and ours is actually one of the more transparent fees. You can go onto the website, you can say, how much is it going to cost to participate in golf? And it's all listed right there. Other districts, they do have it, but it's broken up a little bit different. Another thing I will say is that we're not proposing any changes to the aggregate, the 5,000 for high schools or 500 for middle schools. Other districts I've seen around us have substantially more than that as their aggregate. So, and we have received 4 or 5 of those comments of patron feedback saying that they are actually very pleased with how low Canyon School District fees are. So I will reiterate that most of the changes we're trying to do here are trying to standardize the fees to give standardized opportunity or equal opportunity to the different activities, and to also, cover some of these items that don't match between boys and girls, because on the master fee schedule, they need to match. And then also we have a few other cost increases.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy?
Yeah, thank you. I totally understand the frustration about this, and I understand what you're trying to accomplish. But I just want to remind us all that when it comes to school fees, with the passage of the bill a couple of weeks ago, everything's going to have to be looked at from again. And so my comment is, and these increases, like I said, I appreciate it, but I think a lot of the increases have been, we've delayed for a few years and now we're doing catch up. And that's unfortunate, but I think that is a lot of what's happening here. But I just wanted to make a comment again, just on in the total fee collection, and with what we will now no longer be able to collect. And honestly, I mean, 500,000 over 3 years for an ongoing absorption of, at this point, when I did the math, it looks like 2.5 million is kind of what we're expecting this year for the fees that now, starting in 25, 26, we won't be able to charge. But when you go back on your chart, you go back to just even the 21, 22 school year, and it's about a $4.1 million absorption that we're having to take as a district. And so I think we need to have some really hard conversations about something's got to give, right? There's got to be a cut somewhere. And, what the legislature's given us is just, maybe a small little Band-Aid, but I think we're just going to have to take a major look at what activities are provided and what we're doing as a district. And I realize that extracurriculars are outside of that conversation, but I think they need to be part of the conversation about how do we not only be more transparent, but how do we be more practical, I guess, for lack of a better term. So I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I know it's hard and I know it hurts, but I feel like we've gone through the process appropriately, and so I'm supportive of what the proposal is this year, with the condition that we got to have some hard conversations in the next few months.
Okay, are there any other comments? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion because it is third reading.
I'll make the motion that we approve the fee schedule as has been presented and proposed for the 24-25 school year.
I will give a second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that motion passes with one dissent by Mr. Edel. Okay, now we will go on to, we need to actually adjourn our meeting as a Board of Education, and then we will reconvene later. So I will now request a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting as Board of Education.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We have now adjourned our meeting. And then now we are going to convene a meeting of the LBA of the Canyons School District. So I need to approve a motion or approve our agenda.
Yeah,
Right?
motion
Request a
to
motion.
convene as a local building authority, LBA, and approve the agenda.
Okay, perfect.
I'd like to make a motion to convene a meeting of the local building authority of Canyon School District and approve the agenda for the local building authority for Canyon School District for March 12th, 2024. Would you like me to go over those agenda items?
No, it's so. printed there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? to
I'll
that?
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. Did you raise your hand? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We are now in a local building authority meeting.
Yes, thank you, President Schill. Just a couple house cleaning items. Last meeting on February 20th, we approved our parameters of authorization to issue the bonds. We do need as you guys are now sitting as trustees rather than board members, we do need that documented that you are a trustee. So I'm asking you to pass down a list that you were in attendance on the 20th and approve that motion. So that's just one housekeeping thing. Other thing is under state law, anytime you issue bonds, whether it's general obligation bonds as a board or lease revenue bonds as a local building authority, you are required to have a public hearing on those bonds and the projects they will fund, and that is the purpose of this tonight. So just to give you a quick schedule, we've done the first couple. I should note that I want to appreciate Matt and all his help for the last couple months getting us to this point. We did meet with Moody's, our bond rating agency, last week. We do expect them to hold our rating. It will be a AA+. Should know later this week. However, they did bring up a big concern that we figured they would, and that is we did use capital money to complete our projects for last year. And that was so it dropped our fund balance in our general fund. And that was a big, I would call it a big flashing yellow light to them. We don't think right now they will downgrade us, but that was discussed. And so as we look at other projects, we know we just cannot go into our general fund. We did it 1 year. We told them it was a 1 year only, but we just cannot go into that bucket anymore. So unless we, know them that they will likely issue a downgrade at that time. But again, a public hearing tonight, later this month, we'll issue our offering statement to the market. They'll submit their bids back on April 11th, and we'll close on the bonds. And then again, we'll have to pay the lease payment, we'll have to increase taxes. And that will be at a truth and taxation date set by the county. Just a quick recap of what we've done. You've authorized us to issue up to 50 million. Right now, we need 50 million to complete these projects. Right now, we're looking at issuing around 43 with a premium there. But we'll know exactly when we send out to market where we think the market is going. Again, interest rates have held steady. We expect them to hold steady with all the political forces with the presidential election going on this year. The repayment will not exceed 21 years, but right now we're looking at repaying them in 15 years. of interest and principal payment of about $4.5 million. Again, these proceeds can only be used for Jordan, Eastmont, Corner, and Hillcrest. That's what we approved. Again, this is the tentative payment schedule back. Again, we will need to get about 4 million in new tax revenues to make this annual payment. On an average $650,000 home, that's going to be in that $42 range. We'll talk about, that's just on the capital side, that's just half of it, but we'll have to talk about what we do on the operations side as well. You know, we talked about the special ed classes. Here's graphically how that lays out. Again, we've already issued some bonds for Peruvian and Glacier Hills on our repayment schedule there. Again, those would be the reddish color there. Here's the projects that we will fund. We've gone over these. Would propose that, you know, we bring back more detail at a later meeting where we're at, but Jordan High, you approved 21 million, field house. See it off to the, I'm looking up here, so it's my right. You can see that new structure there. They'll have a little, about 18,000 feet of turf with 4,000 of fitness area. So like weight machines, there could be some weight machines, but they have a nice weight room, but probably more treadmills or things of that nature with an epoxy floor there. So that should be a nice facility. Hooks on there to the main building. The red would be an addition to a black box theater. Restroom upgrades throughout the building. We'll be doing the auditorium. Hopefully we get going on that really soon. A softball press box, some additional parking in the old Johanna's parking that you don't see there. Again, that's Jordan High. They'll get the most. They're moving over to, I guess, more up to Eastmont. 13 million is what you approved. New roof, that is currently out to bid. We are hoping we bring that to you at the next board meeting to approve so we can get going on that this summer. The next thing we're trying to resolve is the groundwater issue. We've dug down about 8 feet. We do see water. It is not ponding, but it is flowing down. So we haven't had any water in the building this year that's come up. But that water does move. We do think a type of a French drain solution along that main corridor will move forward there. But that's and how we remediate that. But that's what we're looking at. We want to make sure we get the water situation figured out before we replace the gym floor, because we don't want that to come back and haunt us, you know, with more water damage. We really need to do that. We don't think the gym floor will be done until next summer. We do feel like we can get through another year with the current floor as it is. And also the elevator. I think the biggest thing that, you know, the public will see is the classroom upgrades, carpet, paint, ceiling tile, updated AV there. So that is Eastmont again, 13 million. Basically the same amount as we move down to Corner there. You can see we're looking at doing 2 soccer fields. The top one will be turf. That will be the main playing field, but we can get 2 fields in there. One will be the practice field. That will be grass. Underneath that practice field on the bottom will be what we call a drainage or a storm tech system, where we'll collect all the water, prevent the drainage problems that we've been seeing there. We actually like this design because we can get 2 fields rather than 1. We thought we'd have to turn the fields east-west, but we can keep them going north-south, which, you know, the school is very happy with. And so we're glad about that. Turf will be put on the softball and the whole softball field and the infield only of the baseball. So we should be going out to bid and bringing those to you hopefully, you know, by May, and getting going just after the season starts on those. That will take about 3 months, 4 months to complete. We hope by September those projects are done, as is the security vestibule in the inside, doing that once school ends and getting going on that and having that done before the next school year. The build house will take some time to design and build out. Probably won't get going on construction on that until this fall. That will have to go in conjunction with the soccer fields as we look at the staging area that's going to be required there. So there's Corner. Hillcrest, again, 4.7. Amber, I made them stay here and listen, because they kind of wanted to leave, and I said, no. We are in a.
Well, it was kind of weird because we didn't
Yeah.
have any board leadership
Yeah,
here
we're-
for a minute. We almost walked out. but
No,
we
I know.
We let you keep talking.
And I said, no. We're in a
Hey,
public hearing.
I
We
would
are-
have supported that.
Hillcrest, we're going to widen the track and replace the turf. The track is the big thing, 6 to 8 lanes. The big thing though is blowing out the concrete, because we have to do that, and you have to change the whole pattern of the field, if you will. It all has to be pushed to somewhat the south, to the northeast somewhat. So that's a big project than it looks right there. That's why the cost is up there. Charlie talked about a couple legislative updates. The 2 referendum bills got to pass the House, but never got out of committee, out of the Senate committee. One never got to committee, which require tax increases going right to the ballot. But there is one that passed. Just want to bring up this one for a moment. That's SB 186, local government bond amendments. It's regarding lease revenue bonds. It essentially says a local government, whether city, county, school district, cannot issue more than $200 million worth of lease revenue bonds in a 3-year period. So we're still in that 3-year period from our last issuance. We issued about 38 million, 50 million. So we're going to be 88. So we still have some headroom. Of course, that 38 will roll off in about 6 months, because then that will be outside that 3-year period. But just, that is a new bill. This is also, that was included in the bill. This language, we have to advertise in a paper, but the bill goes into effect May 1st, but I just want to get it out there right now and be transparent that this proposed lease revenue bond commits money from future property tax and income tax revenue allocated to the school district. Additionally, a lease revenue bond generally has a higher interest cost than a voter approved general obligation bond. That is now required language after May 1st. When, I'm assuming the governor will sign that. So that is required. So there is some other notification on the projects, which we've met this whole process on what we tend to do with the money. So we just want to make sure that we are, even though we're not technically under the law for this one, but we want to make sure we comply with everything that's forthcoming with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to any public comment. Again, these should be limited to the issuance of the bonds, the projects they will fund, and the economic impact on the private sector. I know we didn't have anybody sign up, but we ought to see if there's anybody in the audience who wants to speak, and you can give them.
Yes, is there anyone in the audience who would like to give public comment? Yes,
Except for
great.
Steve. We don't know Steve.
We have someone,
Come
and
on
his
up.
name is Steve Van Maren, so please come up. Thank you for being here.
You should state your name, and we'll go with, do you still want to go with the same 3 minutes as the?
Yeah, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Steve Van Maren, resident of Sandy. I got here late because I stayed for part of my city council knowing that this would be a little later on the agenda. I'm glad he explained the projects, because all I could find in the material I looked through was the Innovation Center. And I was asking myself, where's it going to be placed? So this is stuff to finish additions to and extend some of the schools that were covered by the last bond. I'm disappointed, but I know inflation has hit us. I'll be more disappointed when you're asked to ask for a tax increase to pay for it. I didn't realize I was going to be part of this. I don't recall a tax increase for the last building authority bond. Maybe somebody can address that. And like I said, for that bond, if these are issued at 6.5%, that's what you're going to be paying. I really don't like a resolution that's so high. I know it provides flexibility, but if you issue them at 6.5%, that's what you're going to be paying. That's expensive. It's already, I think I calculated 24 million in potential interest based on the disclosure.
Anyway, I can't stop you. Maybe I shouldn't try, but I am concerned. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay, anyone else like to speak? Okay, thank you. That will end our public comment.
There is the interest that we do expect to pay. And we'll know that come bid day, but it is substantial, yeah. 18 million, yeah, almost 19 million right there. And the difference between, if I could ask, our previous bond, we could absorb that into our ongoing property tax levy. We don't have that headroom to do that again, and that's the biggest difference there. With that, this does conclude everything that we've done with the lease revenue bonds, so they do not need to come back on the agenda of the LBA or the board. We will go ahead and proceed with the sale and bring you the results when that comes. So with that, President Schill, we can adjourn if you want.
Okay. I will ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting of the local building authority.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn as a local building authority.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now we need to reconvene as a Board of Education. Do I have a motion? for
I'll
that?
make a motion to reconvene the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reconvene as a Board of Education. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now we are on to staff comments. I can't believe it. Anyway, okay. First of all, we will have the superintendent report.
Just in the interest of time, no comments tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
I will say the same. My boys have been texting me begging for a snow day tomorrow. Because apparently it is snowing at my house, but my wife and I are saying heck no. So we'll see, but no comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with Mrs. Pedersen for board comments.
I appreciate the discussions that we had tonight. I think it's healthy to let our prospective, the members of our communities to understand the proposals that are given to us. And I appreciate all the input that we were given. And I think all of the people that presented today, they did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I will be brief also. But I did want to comment on a couple of things. I was able to drop in and experience part of the history fair that the district had last week. And it was fantastic. And I got to be there at the end when they announced the winners and the cheering and the excitement of the students. I mean, it was wonderful. And I appreciate all the effort that goes into organizing those type of experiences for students. This was for middle school students, and it was pretty amazing. And then also I got to watch via CSD TV the dance concert last week, and that was fantastic as well. And again, providing opportunities for students to prepare and perform and shine in areas where they have interest is really a big part of what we offer as a public school system. And I'm very grateful for that. And that is all I will report on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edo.
So for those who are in District 1 who are watching at the moment, like you're halfway there, make sure you put in your application to come hang out with us here. And I'm looking forward to meeting all of our fantastic District 1 candidates that we're going to have next week. And I hope everyone has a great night.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
Are you ready for this? No comment.
What? I don't know what to say. Um, I was not ready. I know, whoa. Whoa. Okay, I will be quick too. But I just have to mention, I was able to attend Canyon View and Butler Elementary PTA meeting, which was really fun. Also, it was the last meeting of the Student Advisory Council, and that is just a great group of students, and I just loved meeting with them and hearing their perspective. And then also I attended the Bella Vista listening tour, which I just really appreciate your superintendent doing all these listening tours. And I think it's really a great opportunity for employees to ask him questions, and they do ask tough questions. But he does a great job. So that is all. I will call the meeting to a close. Thank you all.